Okay, Mayor, we're live.
We're ready? Yep. Good evening. I'd like to call to order the Paramount City Council meeting of July 12, 2022. Tonight, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Mark Arusco and Maria Duran from our FIT program, and the prayer will be given by Pastor Ken Covert. Please stand for the pledge and remain standing for the prayer. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. So here we go. Left, right arm over your heart. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Here we go. This is way harder than fit. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's pray. Lord, we thank you for the city of Paramount, the miracle of Paramount. We thank you for all you've done over many decades to allow us to have shalom and peace, to be a city that there's cleanliness and there's teamwork and a family feel. We thank you for what you've done in Paramount. We thank you for our mayor and our vice mayor and our council members, our new ones, the ones who've been serving. We thank you for each one. We pray, Lord, your blessing on them. Would you make them very wise? We thank you for humble hearts that they have. Would you give them wisdom beyond our human wisdom? We pray we could have teamwork and be united. We thank you, Lord, for when you came, how you walked as the servant, the foot washer, for the sake of others. So bless our council. We thank you for our staff, our officers, our schools, our churches, the businesses, and the residents. Would you allow us to be teammates, to look out for each other and serve one another? We pray you would bless this city and we'd glorify you. In Christ's name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Ken, and thank you, Mark and Maria. Heidi, may I have roll call the council members, please?
Councilmember Guillen. Councilmember Lemons.
Here.
Councilmember Olmos. Here. Vice Mayor Aguayo. Here. Mayor Claire Stallings.
Here. Tonight is an exciting night. We will be declaring the results of our June 7th election and swearing in 2 council members elected. Before we move on to that, we will start with the approval of minutes from June 8th and June 22nd, city council meetings. May I have a motion to approve these minutes?
So moved, Lemons.
Second almost.
Heidi, may I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lemons.
Yes.
Councilmember Olmos.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Aguayo.
Yes.
Mayor Claire Stallings.
Yes. Next, we will declare the results from the city June 7th election. John, may I have a report, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor, as you mentioned, we had a municipal election on June 7th for 2 council member seats. Los Angeles County, who handled all facets of our election, provided us notification last week of the official results. The next step now is for the City Council to adopt a resolution declaring these results. Here's our city clerk, Heidi Luce, who will tell us more about the results and the process of the election. Heidi?
Thank you, John. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. As you know, and John mentioned, a general municipal election was held in the city of Paramount on June 7th, 2022, to elect 2 members of the City Council. The election was consolidated with the statewide primary nominating election, and the Los Angeles County Registrar Recorder County Clerk certified the results on July 1st, 2022, and provided the results to the city on July 5th. For this election, every registered voter received a vote-by-mail ballot, and the Registrar Recorder offered in-person voting at vote centers throughout the county for an 11-day period. For our election, a total of 3,625 ballots were cast. 679 of those ballots were cast at a vote center, and 2,946 were vote-by-mail ballots. With a total of 25,524 registered voters in the city, those numbers represent just over 14% voter turnout. Of the 7 candidates listed on the ballot, Peggy Lemons was the top vote getter with 1,226 votes, and Annette C. Delgadillo was second with 992 votes. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. It is recommended that the City Council adopt Resolution 22040 declaring the results of the June 7th election.
Thank you, Heidi. Do my colleagues have any comments or questions, or are you ready for a motion?
We are ready for a motion, Madam Mayor.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved, almost.
Second, Aguayo.
Heidi, may I have roll call, please?
Councilmember Lemons,
Yes.
Councilmember Olmos,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Aguayo,
Yes.
Mayor Quer Stallings.
Yes. Congratulations to Councilmember Lemons and Councilmember Delgadillo. Tonight is Councilmember Gillen's last meeting. As she steps down, she's not here. So as she steps down from this diocese, we sincerely thank her for her service and to our wonderful city and wish her well as she moves on to exciting new adventures. Councilmember Delgadillo, will you please join us at the diocese? Councilmember Lemons and Councilmember Delgadillo. Heidi, will you please administrate the oath of office?
I'd be happy to. Councilmember Lemons and Councilmember Delgadillo, will you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which you are about to enter?
I will.
Congratulations.
I told you it was an exciting evening. John, will you please present the certificate of the election, please?
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Moreno is distributing the certificates of election as well as a certificate of congressional recognition from Congresswoman Lucille Roybal Allard's office.
Thank you. Councilmember Lemons, would you like to say a few words, ma'am?
Did you ever know when I wouldn't like to say a few words? So I want to begin by introducing you to my family. And as all of you know who help out with our elections, even that takes a toll on your family. So you can imagine the person who's running for office, how hard they are on their family. So my husband of soon to be in a few months, 50 years, Don Lemons. My beautiful daughter, Brandy. And my extraordinary granddaughter, Michaela. I want to thank all of you and my other daughter, Shannon, and my grandson and my son-in-law who couldn't be here tonight with us. They had other plans that took them away from town. I also want to take this opportunity. There's so many of you out there in the audience who were so instrumental in this election, who worked so hard, who understood the importance of it and how important your involvement was in making a difference. I hope I've reached out to each one of you personally to express my thanks. If I haven't, I certainly will soon. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I want to also share, I think it's important that during this election, I had the support of amazing women that sit up here, my fellow council members, who got more than one phone call from me through the week saying, well, you need to do this, you need to do that, and why aren't you doing this, and why aren't you doing that? And they put up with me, and they were supportive, and I feel so honored to be with these women who are so committed to the city, who love their neighbors, who love their community, and want nothing but for Paramount to prosper. So thank you, each and every one of you, for the incredible support you gave me. I also wanted to share with you that during the election, one of the things that was happening was my grandson, who was only 6 months old at the time, had been diagnosed with a heart condition that was extremely serious, and we didn't know if we were going to lose him. And so while reaching out for support for my election, I also reached out to all the pastors in Paramount to pray for him. And without exception, they all did. They all checked in on a regular basis. They stood there for me. My friends stood there for me. And I promised God that if he would touch him, that I would make it known that he had the glory for that. So the Lord did sit with Jacob during his surgery. He had an experimental surgery that had not been done before on very many children, and the success rate on the 6 children it had been done on had a success rate of only 40% change in their hearts. Well, Jacob is the first, and I believe we owe it all to God. He had a 60% change in his heart. And he's happy and healthy, and gives his grandma a lot of workout every time that he visits me. So I love you, Jacob. I wish that you could have been here with me tonight. And lastly, I would just like to welcome Annette. It's nice to have another Martinez.
Thank you. Thank
For
you.
those of you who don't know, Annette is Diane Martinez, a longtime council member and mayor in the city of Paramount. And Annette is every bit as committed to this city as her sister Diane was, and we're very blessed to have her be part of this all-female city council.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Councilmember.
Peggy, for such kind words. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I am so honored and humble that we gathered together to celebrate my installation. Thank you for your confidence in me to have been elected to serve the community that we love. A very special thank you to my dear family, friends, and volunteers for your prayers and tremendous support. It was the unity that made the victory. I will be your voice in office and will work hard for you. And finally, as I have always told my sons, Daniel and Nicholas, if you plan to do something right, do it right. And well, Mom did it right. I got elected. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to introduce my wonderful family. My son, Daniel, stand up, please. Daniel and his fiance, Alyssa, who they'll be getting married this December, which will be a joy in our family. My Uncle Philip, true USC Trojan. My brother Tony, God bless you for all the work you did during the campaign. My wonderful sister, Diane Martinez, thank you. And my other son, Nicholas, was just recently accepted to USC. Thank you. And occupational therapy, doctorate in 30 years. Yes. And his girlfriend, where is Andrea? There you are, Andrea. Thank you. And of course, a very dear friend of our family, Judge Frisco. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone, for your love, and I truly appreciate it. I have a very special friendship with every single one of you, and you know where my heart is. And I am very happy to have you present today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the City Council Reorganization. Heidi, will you please open the nominations for office of mayor?
I'd be happy to, Madam Mayor. Are there any nominations for the office of mayor?
I nominate Cuellar Stallings, please, for mayor.
Are there any further nominations? Hearing none, when I call your name, please confirm your choice for mayor. Councilmember Delgadillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Lemons,
Claire Stallings?
Claire
Councilmember,
Stallings, excuse me.
Councilmember Olmos,
Cuellar Stallings.
Vice Mayor Aguayo,
Claire Stallings.
Mayor Cuellar Stallings.
Where Stallings?
Congratulations, Mayor
Thank
Cuellar
you.
Stallings.
Thank you, everyone. These past few months have been a learning process, and I promise you that I will give you 110%, and I am so happy to represent the city of Paramount. Thank you. Now, will we open the nominations for the office of vice mayor? May I have a nomination, please?
Nominate Aguayo.
Second.
Are there any further nominations? Hearing none, when I call your name, please confirm your choice for vice mayor. Councilmember Delgadillo,
Aguayo.
Councilmember Lemons,
Aguayo.
Councilmember Olmos,
Aguayo.
Vice Mayor Aguayo,
Aguayo.
Mayor Cuellar Stallings.
Aguayo.
Congratulations.
Would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thank you. Thank you to my colleagues. It definitely has been a learning experience. Lots of work, but for our residents, I don't speak just for myself. I think I speak for the rest of my colleagues. We're here to serve you, and you know we are all over the place. Nothing has been too small or too large where you won't find one of us there representing you. So, as always, you know, we want to be, and I want to be as approachable as possible to all of you. So please, you know, you can count on us. You can reach out to us, and sometimes things don't happen as fast as we would like, and as you would like, but it doesn't mean that we are not working for you. So, thank you.
Next, we will move on to the evening's presentations. Will my colleagues please join me at the podium? Well, good evening again, everyone. Tonight, we are recognizing some wonderful members of the Paramount community. Will Mark and Maria please come back up? June is Parks and Recreation Month. In light of this, we had Mark and Maria lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Mark is a wonderful instructor of our FIP program, Paramount High Intensity Training, and Maria is an active participant, and so am I. FIT is a free workout course in our parks that recently expanded from 1 day to 2 days a week. So anyway, thank you. Thank you both for your hard work. And thank you for helping us out, because it's a community and we all need you, Mark. Would you like to say a few words?
Like I said, running fit is a lot easier than this. My hands are sweating, I'm nervous, but it reminds me of my very first day when I started at FIT. I was just talking to Nelson about this, of how nervous I was. But what's made it so amazing is this incredible community. I can't tell you how amazing this place is. No other city that I've ever lived in other county does this, providing a free workout for the residents here and just making it a family though. Every single person I know on a first-name basis. I know their family. I know if they go to their doctor appointment or not. I know what they're eating. So it's been an amazing time. I would never change this for anything in the world, and I would never, I mean, I would do it for another city, but then again, I don't want to be mean, but Paramount is like, so, but this is a city where I want to be. This is a city I want to be doing it with because, again, it's gotten more than just a high-intensity training. It's really become a family. And I wouldn't, like I said, I wouldn't want it any other way. So thank you to everyone here in this city. It's really incredible. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's take a photo. Up here? Okay, give my skinny side. Anywhere you want, Maria.
Thank you so much.
All I want to say, ma'am, is that it's an honor that you actually put it in your budget because it's been amazing working out with everybody. So thank you. You're very welcome. Can you ever
No, thank you. ma'am.
Everything, really.
My council members, did you hear that? We need to add more days. Okay. Okay. Would Pat and Ken Winnicki join us, please? Since this is Park and Recreation Month, I'm pleased to give the latest Mayor's Award of Excellence to my special friends, Pat and Ken. Residents since 1980, they have long been devoted to physical fitness and healthy living. In their retirement years, they have made it their mission to help Paramount senior citizens get in shape and stay in shape. They have trained with the best coaching organizations and used their talents for the benefit of our residents. Their biggest project is leading the Roadrunners Walking Club in Paramount Park for seniors. It started with 2 members, and now it has 60 members.
Diane and I started working with them, and we were their first 2.
Yes, they were, and they pushed us too.
The group meets every Tuesday from 9 to 10. Pat and Ken do this for free and provided a place for older residents to meet, bond, have fun, and feel good. Pat also serves on the Senior Service Commission, where she offers ideas on how to improve life for these members of our community. Pat and Ken have a great affection for Paramount. They feel it's a privilege and a blessing to live in such a wonderful city filled with loving people. And we are blessed to have folks like them calling Paramount home. Would you like to say a few words?
He says I always talk so much, so. Good one, Don.
First of all, I want to thank Diane and Annette for helping start getting this rolling. We had just gotten all of our certificates for coaching, and they volunteered and said, well, come on out and teach us, and that started it. Second, go easy on some of my seniors. They're coming in sore and
But they're loving it.
yeah,
they're liking it.
Yeah, they're telling us all about it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, but you're doing a good job. They're sore, not hurting, just sore.
And that's a good thing.
And I believe Velma pretty much said everything that we've told her. We've missed out on a lot of years not knowing how wonderful this city is until we started getting involved and started meeting all our wonderful council here. And I mean, we've watched this city turn into a first class AAA city. And
Yes.
we've been around to many other cities, and when we retired, and we said, now what do we do with ourselves? And I said, well, let's go see if we can get the Senior Citizen Center involved. And we're happy to say that what is it, 60, 70 signed up?
63.
63.
We get 3 a week, 3 new ones a week.
Fortunately.
Yeah. When I post the pictures to Facebook, they say, do you have the whole center enrolled? And I go, pretty close. But we're working on it.
I don't know if we're lucky, but we usually get an average 20, 25 to show up, some different faces each week, but we're proud to have them. Like they were saying, the people, you don't know how wonderful they are until you get among them and see how wonderful they all are. And we haven't seen a bad one yet. And we don't intend to. But I think the city, I wouldn't want to be at any other city right now. I'm proud of this city.
That's right.
And proud of the work that you guys are doing. And I just don't know what else to say other than we really enjoy it.
Yeah,
Did you have anything?
I want to thank everyone. I love the Paramount Roadrunners Walking Club. I love everything about it. We're going to be in the parade, so come out and see us. We're really looking forward to it. In fact, come out and join us. And join us on Tuesdays from 9 to 10. We would love to have everyone out there, men and women, all ages, all abilities. It doesn't matter. We've had people go from walkers to canes to walking now, and some of them are even running. We've coached several of them to their first 5K. We're going to do another 5K next month, and we just got lots of fun stuff on the agenda, so come on out. And Mark, you too. Send them over to us. We'll send them to you. Thank you. Oh, my God. Oh, man, Vilma, this is beautiful. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my God. This is prettier than all my medals I won. This is the best. Great. Thank you.
Oh, I didn't talk.
Okay. Would Alex Mandalano and Nelson Guevara please join us? Hello. I know Alex before he was born. We're now officially proclaiming July as Parks and Recreation Month. Parks and Recreation provides many benefits. They provide physical, emotional, and mental wellness, classes and programs that inspire people of all ages, facilities and services that make our community a better place to live, work, and play. Parks and Recreation Month also celebrates the professionals who make all this happen throughout the year. Paramount Community Service Department is well known for its dedicated individuals who are extremely good at serving our residents. We like to thank them for their great heart, faithful service, and excellent work. Accepting our proclamation is Alex, who's the Vice Chair of Parks and Recreation Commission. And Nelson is here as an example of someone who improved his life through our recreation programs. He's been attending our fit classes and lost 40 pounds over the last few months. Would you like to say a few words?
I guess just on behalf of everybody at FITS, I'd like to say thank the City of Paramount for allowing the class to begin and to continue afterwards. And obviously, it feels good.
Yes.
I feel a lot better than I used to. I think I like to say I look better. So, but no, thank you so much, Mayor Vilma. Thank you, and thank you to all the city council members, and just thank you. Thank you guys so much. I know.
Yes, on behalf of the Parks and Rec Commission, I want to thank you very much for appointing me too, and for this recognition. It's amazing, and like, as you said, you've known me forever, and growing up in this city, it's interesting to see, how all the hard work that goes into everything we do, especially on the Parks and Rec side. And I'm just proud to be part of the commission, and thank you all. Thank you.
And here, Nelson,
Thank you,
for
Mayor.
all your hard work, ma'am. We'll take a picture.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Let's take
No.
a picture.
Oh, they're energy bars.
Yes.
Eat all that, you're gonna gain that 40 pounds.
No, we didn't put sweets on.
I know. We checked.
It's not easy, but it's not impossible either.
For our last presentation, we're saying farewell to a longtime city employee. Ben, will you please come up, sir? I just got to know you and you're retired. Ben was hired as a computer specialist in 2006, promoted to IT supervisor in 2014, and became IT manager in 2019. His computer skills and ability to gather a great staff helped bring the city into the modern tech era. Ben grew up in Sweden and became an American citizen while working for us. He's well known for his love of coffee and delicious homemade mustard. He's going to bring me some, he told me. He has been a familiar sight at all our facilities. His smile, his sense of humor, and clever wordplay has always been appreciated. Ben is a well-rounded, great guy, and we wish him well in his retirement. Would you like to say a few words, please?
Hey there, I'm gonna miss you all, that's for sure. You're gonna be close to my heart forever. Thank you for the opportunity, letting a crazy Swede come over here and keep me this long. It's been fantastic to see the development of the city, going from a phone system from the 1980s and DSL lines, dial-up modems and stuff. We're now in the cloud. We are outside of the states. We're doing fantastic. Paramount will do just fine, but thank you again for keeping me, and thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, we're set.
Ben.
I want to thank all of you for being here and making Paramount a great community. Now we will take a brief recess before continuing with tonight's meeting. Thank you.
Okay, where do we go from here now? Let's see. Okay. Okay.
Okay, Clemens, vámonos.
Okay. I'd like to call the meeting back to order, please. Get it again?
Do it hard.
Excuse me, I would like to call our meeting back to order, please. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I'd like to call the meeting back to order, and we'll move on to the business portion of our agenda. John, are there any updates on public comments from the last city council meeting, sir?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do have one, and that was from the June 21st, 2020 City Council meeting. And the commenter at that time was Mr. Abelardo Jacobo. He requested a status update from the Planning Department regarding the project development at 14113 Downey Avenue. Mr. Jacobo also complained about overgrown weeds at this location. The follow-up to Mr. Jacobo's request and concerns was that Planning Director John Carver emailed Mr. Jacobo on June 27th to inform him about the project, that it's still in the design phase, and that the city has also initiated a code enforcement case to remediate the overgrown weeds. And that concludes the City Council public comment updates for June 21st, 2022.
Thank you. Now is the time that members of the public may comment on items that are not on the agenda. Mr. City Manager, are there any public comment cards, sir?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have one, and that is from Miss Sarah Huiso, from 15324 Orizaba Avenue, and she'd like to discuss item number 15. So we'll call her up when that item does come up at that time.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Now we'll move on to the consent calendar. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar, please?
So moved.
Second.
Heidi, may I have roll call, please?
Councilmember Delgadillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Lemons?
Yes.
Councilmember Olmos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Aguayo?
Yes.
Mayor Quer Stallings?
Yes. Next, we'll move on to old business. May I have the report regarding Water Well 16 project?
Yes, you may, Madam Mayor. It's been about 2 years since we broke ground on the city's newest water well. As you know, once complete, this water well will provide a sustainable source of drinking water for decades to come. Together with our existing water well, this new well will allow us to not rely on the more costly and, due to the drought, unreliable water provided by the Central Basin Municipal Water District. So lots of positives on this project. However, when launching this project, we could have never predicted the delays that this project would encounter. As I said, it's been 2 years. Many of the delays have been to external forces, like the pandemic-related supply chain issue. So these delays have no doubt been frustrating for us, but we have to remind ourselves that we're dealing with a project that provides an essential need to the residents, and that's fresh drinking water. So it's critical that we get it right. The good news is that we're getting close to being done with the project. So here's Adriana Figueroa, our Public Works Director, to tell us about what was causing these delays, where we are with the project, and a couple of necessary amendments that we need to make to 2 of our contracts. Adriana?
Thank you, John. Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, as John indicated, construction on the equipment phase of this project began in the summer of 2020. And as is the case with large capital improvement projects, these are many times multi-year projects, which often experience delays. Unfortunately, our water well project also experienced, as John indicated as well, unanticipated delays given the complexity of the project. Water chemistry is unpredictable, and although water quality testing during the drilling phase of the project did not indicate the need for advanced treatment, once recent testing was conducted during this phase of the project, it did call for additional treatment for arsenic, which is a naturally occurring compound. While this type of treatment system is common, it does have to get designed as it is not an off-the-shelf type of system, and that has taken additional time. The COVID pandemic compounded delays, and with the shortages in manufacturing, those delays have exacerbated the timeline for project completion, but the project is closer to the finish line. Now, I'd like to show you some of the various components of our well. And by the way, this image was taken about a month ago, and so it's fairly recent. And as you can see, construction is still ongoing. And what I'm going to show you is not a finished product just yet. So I'll go over some of the components in the following slides, but just for reference, I'd like to direct your attention to the well pump room located towards your left. That is essentially the heart of the well. And the electrical room slightly above and to the right is the brain. This is where all the programming for automation is housed, and this is where all information will be relayed in real time to our central SCADA system that will allow us to monitor and operate the well remotely. The primary treatment that you see on the bottom, I will be discussing that in the following slides. And that is basically the cost of the main cost for the delays. Looking closely at our well pump, this is the actual water well where we will pump water out of the ground, treat it, and then deliver it to our residents through a system of water mains or pipelines. This is a high-capacity well that can easily pump a flow of 3,400 gallons per minute. The backup generator has the capacity to power the entire well and maintain water treatment, providing potable water to all customers in the event of an emergency, including extended Edison power outages. This is a snapshot of our treatment system. The particles created in the primary treatment process are captured during secondary treatment as the water flows through multiple levels of filter media contained in 4 filter vessels. Once groundwater has completed the secondary treatment, it requires one last adjustment to the pH before it is delivered to residents as potable drinking water. All of this is reviewed and approved by the Drinking Water Division of the state to ensure it meets permit requirements and water quality standards. We have already began this process with the state as the project is nearing completion. The filter media contained in the secondary treatment tank is required to be cleaned periodically per the manufacturer's specifications. And the filter media cleaning process, known as the backwash process, is performed 1 filter vessel at a time, and it is conducted using this large tank. As indicated earlier, we are experiencing delays with the arsenic treatment, which had to be designed first, and again, supply shortages have not helped our timelines. And once again, arsenic is a naturally occurring compound. So now in terms of the planting palette, we'll be planting as many trees as we possibly can and adding ivy as well to the perimeter wall to soften the look of the wall and bring more greenery to the area. We did run into some issues, however, with the stormwater pipeline that connects to the county stormwater system, which will prevent us from planting the trees that are crossed off with the red line that you see on your screen. It's towards the bottom of the image. Additionally, we'll be installing a drip irrigation for the drought-tolerant planting that will also enhance the look of this very important facility. So, as you may recall, a project of this magnitude requires both construction management, inspection services, and program management, which is similar to the oversight performed by our city engineer for street projects. In this case, the program management is conducted by Bucknam & Associates, who are experienced professional engineers dedicated solely to water projects. And AKM Consulting Engineers is our construction management firm who oversees the inspections at the site. Last year, we included amendments to their contracts as the project was experiencing delays. Those contracts are set to expire, actually expired at the end of June, and their services are still critically needed to get this project through the finish line. The proposed amendments are listed in this chart, and those are $99,888 for AKM and $23,000 for Bucknam & Associates. We're proposing to utilize ARPA funding for these services. And so with that, it is recommended that the City Council approve Amendment Number 3 to the agreement with AKM Consulting Engineers and Amendment Number 4 to the agreement with Bugnam and Associates. And that concludes my presentation, but I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you for the report, Adriana. Do my colleagues have any comments or questions, please?
Madam Mayor, I have one question,
Okay,
General.
no problem.
Adriana, thank you for answering the question that I had about greenery. That was one of the concerns about the residents. They wanted to make sure that it didn't look like a water well. What about lighting? Is there going to be any type of lighting that would interfere with just like being bright over the residents' homes there?
No, we do have lighting at the
Right.
facility. I would have to take a look at the plans to make sure that it doesn't intrude into the residence property. We normally do that
Okay.
anyway because we don't want it to be too bright.
Right.
It might be one of those sensor lights that would only turn on if there's something around there,
Okay.
especially late at night.
Sure.
But we can take a look at it. Absolutely.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
I had a quick question, Adriana. Since it's located close to a school site, do you only have one gate to enter and exit?
You mean for the well site?
Yeah, for the
Yes,
well
there
site.
is an entrance off of Garfield, and there's also an entrance off of the alleyway for deliveries. It's mainly for deliveries of equipment.
So there's like a secure lock or?
Yes, absolutely. This has to be extremely a secure facility with alarm systems and all, because it is a water facility. So the Department of Drinking Water wouldn't sign off on anything less than that.
So that's great. So that
Mhm.
way we can tell our parents that it does have a security system. Okay, thank you. Okay. May I have a motion to approve the amendment on the agreement with AK Consulting Engineers?
So moved, Lemons.
Second, Aguayo.
Heidi, may I have roll call, please?
Councilmember Delgadillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Lemmons,
Yes.
Councilmember Olmos,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Aguayo,
Yes.
Mayor Quer Stallings.
Yes. May I have a motion to approve the amendment to the agreement with Buckman and Associates, please?
So moved.
Second.
May I have roll call, please, Heidi?
Councilmember Delgadillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Lemmons,
Yes.
Councilmember Olmos,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Aguayo,
Yes.
Mayor Quer Stallings.
Yes. Next, we'll move on to new business. John, will you please introduce the presenter from Clean Power Alliance?
Yes, Madam Mayor, absolutely. Our next item is actually a continuation of a series of informational presentations that we're bringing to the City Council about the various agencies that the city belongs to and that the City Council represents us on. The presentation that you're about to hear will be from a representative from the Clean Power Alliance, as you just mentioned. We joined the CPA a few years ago in an effort to provide inexpensive, sustainable power to our residents. The presentation will be basically an overview of this agency and how things look for our residents. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Dalia Gomez, External Affairs Manager with the Clean Power Alliance. Ms. Gomez, hi, welcome.
Thank you, City Manager Moreno. Just put this away. Good evening. Let's try it again. Good evening. Hello, Mayor Quer Stallings, Vice Mayor Aguayo, and City Council members, and congratulations to
Thank
Council
you.
members Delgadillo and Council members Lemons on your installation. My name is Dalia Gomez, and I'm the External Affairs Manager for Clean Power Alliance for the LA County area. Joining me today is the Director of Government Affairs, Gina Goodhill, and also joining me today is Renato Bugarin, who is a member of our Community Advisory Committee representing the gateway cities that are part of Clean Power Alliance. So I'm going to provide a general overview of Clean Power Alliance. We'll talk about what we do, who we are, and then we'll also talk about rates. And then we'll go over some of our community programs. We'll highlight 3 of our community programs that we hope the city can help us spread the word on to help our community members in the city of Paramount to take advantage of some special rates for our communities. Okay, let's talk about CPA basics, who we are and what we do. Clean Power Alliance is the city of Paramount's not-for-profit electricity provider. We provide clean, renewable electricity at competitive rates. We are a public entity that was formed through a joint powers authority And today, we are comprised of 32 community members throughout the counties of LA County and Ventura, including unincorporated LA County and unincorporated Ventura County. We serve approximately 1 million customer accounts, and that represents about 3 million, or actually over 3 million residents and businesses throughout our service territory. And today, we are the 5th largest electricity supplier in California. And something that we are particularly very proud of is that we have more customers receiving 100% renewable energy than any utility in the entire country. So again, it's something that we're extremely proud of and a major accomplishment for our organization. And we recognize that it's not something that we've been able to do just on our own. It's something that we've been able to accomplish thanks to the leadership and the guidance of our board of directors, and also to the leadership and guidance of our community advisory committee. So I want to thank you, Mayor Cuellar-Stallings, for your continued support as part of our member of our board of directors, and also Adriana Figueroa for being an alternate to our board of directors. Thank you for your continued support, and thank you for all that you do. So how does Clean Power Alliance work? So historically, Southern California Edison would generate or procure electricity for the city of Paramount. Southern California Edison would deliver that electricity to the city of Paramount. Southern California Edison maintains the power lines and the power poles, and Southern California Edison sends a monthly electricity bill. The only thing that's changed with Clean Power Alliance is that we are now procuring electricity for our customers in the city of Paramount. So Edison continues to deliver the electricity through their existing infrastructure. Edison continues to maintain the power lines and the power poles. And Edison will continue to send monthly bills, electricity bills, to our customers in the city of Paramount. But now they're going to be joint bills, or now they have been joint bills. And so in our customers' electricity bills, they will see a line item that's from Clean Power Alliance. And that line item is for electricity that was generated, electricity that they have used for that particular billing period. Then they'll also see charges from Southern California Edison for the delivery of that electricity. So it's important to note that we are not an added fee in our customers' electricity bills. We are simply replacing the electricity generation that would have been provided from Southern California Edison. And please feel free to stop me at any point during this presentation if you have any questions. Okay, so we offer 3 energy products. The way it works is that our member agency, the city council, will choose a default rate for their entire community. However, the customer always has the power of choice. And what that means is that regardless of the default rate that the city council has selected, our customer always has the option to opt up or opt down or even opt out and stay or go back to Southern California Edison. But we've found that our customers tend to stick with the default rate that the city council has selected for them. And for the city of Paramount, the default rate is Lean Power. So Lean Power consists of 40% clean energy, and this is our most economical energy product. Today, we have 7 of our member agencies that are part of Lean Power, and that's about 150,000 customer accounts. We also offer Clean Power, and Clean Power consists of 50% clean energy. And today, 10 of our member agencies are in the Clean Power energy product, and so that's about a little over 500,000 customer accounts. And then we also offer 100% green power, and as the name suggests, consists of 100% clean and renewable energy. And today, 15 of our member agencies are part of the 100% green power product, so that's a little over 300,000 customer accounts. However, later this year, in October to be exact, 6 of our member agencies who are part of the Lean Power product and the Clean Power product will be moving over into the 100% Green Power product. So that will increase the number of our member agencies who are in this power product to 21, and it'll increase our customer accounts from over 300,000 to over 600,000. Again, a significant achievement, which is not just good for the member agencies that are in this power product, but also for the surrounding communities and for the state in general as a whole. Okay, so let's talk about rates. Actually, let me stop here for a second to see if there are any questions so far. Okay. Okay, let's talk about rates then. And to provide a little context, historically, the rate environment has always been pretty favorable to CPA. Since we started putting electricity in the power lines, our rates have generally been a little bit less expensive than Edison's base rate. However, in 2021, generation rates increased, and for the first time, our generation's rates were a little bit more expensive than Edison's base rate. Now, in 2022, Edison generation's rates increased by about 18%. Part of the reason of their increase is because in 2021, they undercharged their generation rates, so they have to make up for that in 2022 to the tune of about $700 million. So in addition to that, the Pcia charge, which we'll talk about in a little bit, decreased by, actually significantly by 85%. So what that means for CPA customers in the city of Paramount and throughout our service territory is that our customers for the months of March through June 2022 were able to see bill reductions from 6 to 7%, which is really great for the customers. Now, what is a Pcia charge? The way Edison secures electricity is that it purchases electricity in long-term contracts, assuming that their customers are going to remain their long-term customers. So they purchase long-term contracts, and then a lot of their customers left Southern California Edison to join Clean Power Alliance. And in order so that the existing or the remaining Southern California Edison customers do not bear the burden of all of those long-term contracts, they've affixed a Pcia charge, which is a power charge indifference adjustments, or sometimes is referred to as an exit fee. So CPA customers must pay a Pcia charge, and Edison customers also have to pay a Pcia charge. Okay, so let's talk about where we're at now and where we will be at for the remainder of the fiscal year. Our fiscal year begins in July of each year. So in June 2020, just last month, 2022, just last month, the CPA Board of Directors approved the fiscal year 2022-2023 rates. And as you can see from the table that we're showing, CPA's new rates are highly competitive, and they include a modest differential between the three of our products. And looking at the residential rates table, this table shows a comparison of where we were at in 2022 and where we are at now with our current rates in July 2022. So this table represents a monthly usage, a monthly residential bill of about 564 kilowatt hours. And in the gray section, you can see that our prices were a little bit more expensive than Edison's generation rates. Now let's look at the green columns, starting to today's generation rates for Clean Power Alliance. And you can see here that the lean power product, which is the city's default rate, is 1% less expensive than Edison's generation base rate. Here you'll see that the clean power product, which consists of 50% green energy, is at parity with Edison's base rate. So customers in this product are not paying more or paying less for their electricity, but they are receiving more clean energy. And then you'll see that the 100% clean product is at a 3% premium to Edison's base rate. Now they are paying a little bit more for their electricity, but they're also receiving 100% clean renewable energy. And the same is true for small business rates as well. And you'll see the table there. The total bill for them is a little bit higher because they consume a little more electricity. Okay, so we talked about tiered flat rates, and now we're going to talk about time of use rates. I'm sure you're familiar with time of use rates, but just for the benefit of people who might not be, I think it's important to understand time of use rates, that we understand the California duck curve. You've probably heard about the California duck curve ad nauseum, but let's just go over it real briefly so that we can get a clear picture of why time of use rates are beneficial for our communities. So on this graph, you'll see a graph that displays a typical spring day. So it's a typical spring day that has an abundance of renewable energy. In California, we have an abundance of solar power. And this graph is a 24-hour period. The lines represent net energy, so that's the energy, the amount of energy that we need after renewable energy or after solar energy. And you can see that around 6 a.m. in the morning, there is an increase of energy demand, and that's because people are waking up. They're waking up, getting ready to go to work or getting ready to go to school. They're turning on lights. They're plugging in some appliances, charging their smart devices. They're probably preparing breakfast. So we have an increase in energy demand at this time. And at this time, solar energy is starting to get generated. So people head out of their homes. They go about their days. We have an abundance of solar energy, and then comes 6 o'clock. At 6 o'clock, people start to arrive at home. They, again, start turning on their lights. They start to cook dinner. They turn on their laptops or their TVs. The washer goes on. They wash their clothes, and there's a significant ramp in energy demand. The problem is that at this time, solar energy is also ramping down because the sun is going down for the day. And in order to meet this evening demand, we have to turn to traditional sources of electricity generation, which all consist of fossil fuels. So that's coal energy, oil, and natural gas. And in California, it's mostly natural gas. The problem with fossil fuels is that they create greenhouse gas emissions. And we know that greenhouse gas emissions are bad for the environment. Greenhouse gas emissions are bad for our health, and they're just bad in general for our overall existence. So we want our customers, we want everybody to start using less electricity during the evening hours when the energy is dirtier. So here comes time of use rates. Time of use rates incentivize customers to use less energy in the evening hours when electricity is dirtier. So time of use rates during the period of 6 p.m. to 9 p.m., electricity is a little bit more expensive under time of use rates. And electricity is a little bit less expensive during off-peak hours, so after 9 p.m. and before 4 p.m. when energy is cleaner because we have an abundance of renewable energy. And so what we're trying to do is help our customers develop healthy energy use habits. We understand that this may not apply for everybody, this may not be good for everybody because everybody has different schedules, but we're trying to encourage our customers to stick to the time of use rates for at least a year. There is a risk-free trial period for 1 year, so from March 2022 through next year, February 2023, where if the customer would have their bills would have been less expensive under the traditional tiered rate, they will get a one-time bill credit in their electricity bill. Now, most of California electricity customers transitioned into time of use rates earlier this year for the city of Paramount. They transitioned in March of 2022. And customers can always opt out if this is not something that's working for them or their families. But again, we're trying to encourage them to try to stick to time of use rates to see if they can develop different habits for when they use electricity. Yes.
Yeah, I do have a question. Now that people that are working from home, so how do you explain time of use if more of us are at home using electricity, computers, internet, TV? So
yeah,
does that change at all?
It hasn't changed it. Actually, so this graph, I think, was created in like 2013, and each line represents a different year for when it was forecasted that solar energy was going to increase its production. And by 2016, we were already at the 2020 levels. So the duck curve continues to exist in California. It doesn't exist in all of the states. I know it exists in Hawaii as well, but it hasn't changed for some reason.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so now let's talk about CPA programs. And we're going to highlight 3 of our community programs. We'll talk about Power Share, we'll talk about Community Solar, and we'll talk about Power Response. So our Power Share program is a program that where our customers who are income eligible can receive 100% clean renewable energy from a local clean project and a 20% discount on their electricity bill. And this is on top of CARE and FARA. So under CARE and FARA, customers can receive anywhere from 18 to 30% discount on their electricity bill. And if they're eligible for Power Share, they can receive an additional 20% discount on their electricity bill. So that can be like almost a 50% bill reduction on their monthly electricity bills. This is a program that we are aggressively out in the communities trying to advocate for our customers. We understand that some of our customers are not familiar with who we are, and so they will be a little more hesitant to listen to us when we're talking to them about a program that they can save money on their monthly electricity bill. So we're partnering with our communities. We were actually in the city of Paramount for the Earth Day event. I think that was in April. We were able to talk to some of the residents, guide them, and show them some of the options. We've also been doing a huge social media push, and we've also partnered with the city of Paramount, thanks to Adriana Figueroa's guidance. We've created some joint social media postings that the city has been pushing out on our behalf, and we are more than happy to continue, and hopefully we do continue that partnership. Perhaps we can just be out in the community a little bit more with your guidance, letting us know where we can and should be at to help promote this program so that residents who are eligible can continue to receive some of these bill discounts. Okay, and let's talk about community solar. Okay, so our community solar program, we partner with.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Before you move on,
Yes.
I don't know if I missed it or what, but the Power Share, you were saying not a lot of people knew about it and so forth, but I wasn't totally sure of what it incorporated.
Program? Discount program?
It's a bill discount program. The people who are eligible have to meet income guidelines. Most of our customers are already CARE FARA customers, and they also have to live in a disadvantaged community. And I totally forgot to go over this map, but this map is the city of Paramount, and it highlights the CPA service territory. The red area, or I don't know if that's red or brown, highlights the disadvantaged community. So that's a big portion of the city of Paramount. So many of the residents in the city of Paramount who meet the income guidelines might be eligible to receive a 20% discount on their electricity bill.
I understand the discount. What I didn't understand is what does it entail? If I want to be a Power Share person, what am I enrolling into? How does that affect what I would have already? In what way?
So it doesn't require anything from our customers who are eligible. You don't have to install anything in your house. You don't have to make any improvements in your house. You have to live within a designated disadvantaged community. You have to meet the income guidelines. You have to reach out to us and let us know that you're interested in being a part of Power Share, and then you just start getting the discounts. I know it sounds too good to be
so
true.
It's just some kind of subsidized discount.
Exactly. Okay. On top of CARE and FARA, it is a program that is funded through the California Public Utilities Commission. Yeah. So eligible residents literally don't have to do anything other than qualify and let us know that they're interested.
And do you happen to know what the annual income is? Is there any kind of, because I know in most cases what I ran into when I'm promoting it to people, and it was something I was going to ask about in your solar program, is that the income levels are so incredibly low.
Yeah.
No one qualifies.
They are federal guidelines that we have to follow, and I don't have those numbers. Recently, the state has increased those income guidelines, so those numbers have recently changed, and we're in the process of increasing them in our program literature. We have updated that information in our Clean Power Alliance website. So if you have a chance, you can just go into www.cleanpoweralliance.org and look for Power Share, and that'll show you the income guidelines. So thank you for bringing me back to this, because I realized that I just zoomed right through it. One thing that I did want to mention is that in the city of Paramount, we have identified that there are just under 6,000 eligible residents that can benefit from this program. And as of today, we only have 342 residents signed up. So there's a big opportunity there to help get some of our customers some much needed discounts on their electricity.
And you actually know who the households are?
We know that they're income qualified if they are already enrolled in CARE and FARA. If they're not, then and they are income eligible, we wouldn't know that. So we've been reaching out. We just recently did a mailer, and we were able to identify those specific households based on the fact that they were already enrolled in CARE and FARA. And that was a really good outreach event that we did. We received, several hundred, maybe 1,000, I don't know, of responses. So we sent out a mailer to eligible households, and that had a tear-off sheet where they can just, return it to us, postage paid, letting us know that they're interested, checking all the right boxes, and then automatically they get the discounts.
Yeah, it just seems like, is there
the
something
website
more?
one more time?
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry?
The website that you directed us to?
Yeah, of course, is www.cleanpoweralliance.org. And it's actually a brand new revamped website, so we're really excited about it. The more traffic we get, the more we know that it's working. And there's a search bar in there. You can just type in PowerShare, and that should bring up the PowerShare landing page.
It has a search bar, you're saying, where you type that in?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so let's talk about community solar. Our community solar program, we partner with solar developers to develop solar projects in disadvantaged communities. It's similar to the PowerShare program. Eligible customers will receive a 20% discount on their electricity bill, and they will also receive 100% renewable energy. But this program requires that we work with a community sponsor. And the community sponsor can be a public agency, it can be a nonprofit organization, or a community-based organization to help us assist with the community outreach. So looking at this picture graphic, we see an example of one of our community solar programs. So for this example, the project site is a rooftop solar at a school. And the school is actually also the community sponsor. So because the school is a community sponsor, they will receive 25% of the project output. So 25% of the electricity that is generated from this project. And the remaining 75% of the project output will go out to the nearby eligible community members. Because the school is a sponsor, they are also eligible to receive a 20% discount on up to 25% of the project output. And eligible residents that live nearby within disadvantaged communities will receive 20% discount on their electricity bill. So it's similar to PowerShare, but we're talking about a different project. So this brings solar projects into disadvantaged communities.
Did you say we have a school, or you're looking for a school?
Oh, we are looking for schools. We are looking for organizations that can be sponsors. Now, the status of the program, we just recently closed the request for offers for this cycle. That closed in June. We're actively enrolling participants for those specific projects, but we do anticipate that there's going to be another cycle, another request for offers in December of this year, at which point we hope to partner with the city to help identify potential project sites, to help identify potential sponsors, and to hopefully get a community solar project in the city of Paramount. Okay. And lastly, I'm going to talk about our Power Response program. This is a demand response program where participants receive financial incentives for participating. Demand response programs are intended to encourage customers to reduce energy usage during times of heavy energy demand. We're talking about mostly the summertime, but we do live in Southern California, so we know that we can have periods during the winter, during the fall, and during the spring where there's heavy energy demand. So residents who are interested can sign up at our website. The way it works is that they will register one of their smart devices. That can be a thermostat, that can be an EV charger, or a home battery. They can register one or more devices, and depending on the device that they register is the type of financial incentive that they will receive in return. And the incentives, the financial incentives are in the form of e-cards, I think. So again, there is a forecast that it's going to be a very hot summer. Obviously, with climate change, we know that we can only expect to see more and more very hot summers. So this is a program that will help stabilize the grid. It's a program that will help increase grid reliability. So customers who are interested in receiving a financial incentive can sign up on our website.
Thank you.
And that's it for me. I'm happy to take more questions. I'm going to jump to our last page, which has our customer services number. If you want to, our website is not listed on there, I don't think, but again, it's www.cleanpoweralliance.org. Adriana has my phone number. If you have any questions directly for me, please feel free to contact me. I am happy to talk with you more about any of these topics.
Thank you.
Also, Madam Mayor, if I may add, we are working with our PIO to push social media out on the PowerShare program. We did do the social media outreach when the program started. We did it, I believe, in an e-newsletter as well, and we are doing more notification. I think we did it today, and I think the rest of the week. I'm looking at our PIO. So we are pushing that program as well.
And we truly appreciate that partnership. Thank you, Adriana.
So Adriana, for the ones that are not on social media, maybe 5,929 that are eligible, 342 enrolled, could some of these be like our seniors maybe that are not on social media? I mean, is there another way that we can try to
Potentially, we can get together with CPA if they have any flyers, perhaps, and maybe we can put out at our senior center, at the community center.
Right.
Perhaps we can do that. Our newsletter as well.
Sure. Around town.
We'll work with them.
Did you already say that it wasn't around town?
We did it in the e-newsletter that goes out.
But not in the around town.
I'm looking at Chris, probably not the around town.
Okay.
We'll do it in the around town for sure. So.
Is it possible, excuse me, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Is it possible for them to come and do a presentation at our senior center with our seniors?
Absolutely.
I'm looking at them, yes.
Yep,
right?
absolutely. We are happy to do that.
Yes, I would like to do that, if that's
perfect.
possible, John.
Great, absolutely. That's we would love to have you. We'll have our community services staff, either Ms. Yesenia Guillen, who's sitting towards the back there, will be in touch with you before you leave.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Great.
Would the technology exist if you did a presentation, let's say there, for you to help them sign up there at that time? Because as Councilmember Olmos is saying, if it's all sign up and stuff online and stuff, they may not have, the technology or the resources to do it. But if you could make a presentation and know those income levels, or even in advance what they need to bring with them to do it, is that possible for you?
If they come with their account number, we can definitely do things on the spot. The trouble is when we're out in the communities that a lot of customers don't know their customer account number off the top of our head. So with that customer account number, we can do a lot of things. We can sign people on the spot.
But if we made that part of the promotion, if we're gonna do
Yeah.
something at the senior center, bring your utility bill with you,
Yes.
and we can look it up and see if it qualifies. I mean, let's make that part of it. And
Yeah.
I mean, the more that they have the information and they can do it instantaneously with someone's assistance, I think the more likely that you're going to get what you need. And so I don't know who's going to organize that. But
We will through our senior services program. We will definitely have a presentation. We'll put out a ton of information about it to our seniors. It's a captive audience. We're in close contact with them on a weekly, daily basis, basically. So we can. It's very easy to communicate with them to let them know to bring that.
That's
It would
wonderful.
help to have somebody there that speaks Spanish as well.
Hablo español.
Good, perfect. Because we have a lot of our seniors that only speak
Yes.
Spanish,
Right.
so that'd be very helpful. So,
Perfect.
great.
I had one other question.
Yes.
What about our children that are disabled? Would they qualify if a parent had disabled children?
If they meet the income guidelines, they may very well be qualified for the Power Share program. Again, the disadvantaged community area is predominant in the city of Paramount. So then all they would have to do is meet the income guidelines. So if they do that, then they're probably eligible for Power Share.
it's totally based upon income. So whether or not somebody has a child who has a disability would not have an impact. It's
don't think-
totally income based. Right?
Oh, medical baseline. So they might be eligible for that because.
Medical baseline? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember my mom was
Right.
on a medical baseline
Right. Yeah.
one period of time.
Yeah. That is actually part of the program. So
It
yes.
is part of the
Mhm.
program through Power Alliance.
Because something with that too, you have that community, right? Don't we have a committee for that?
We do. We have been working with parents of adaptive children for sure.
So it might be another place to have a
Yeah.
presentation, David.
Good idea.
With immediate signups and find out if the medical based fits the criteria. Again, it's not large, I don't think, right? So they could do that. They could handle signing
Absolutely.
them up and contact them, tell them to bring their utility bill and see if it's possible.
Absolutely.
But it's a separate community that we have, like a captive, like
Yep.
we have with the seniors, where we could actually go strictly to them, right?
Yeah.
For sure.
Okay.
That's
Thank you.
excellent. I'm excited.
So am I.
Now I gotta tell you, there's something so powerful about standing in front of an all-female. So that is awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Very
Have a good
informative.
evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on. Now we'll hear a report from on the CHOP Paramount campaign, sir. John?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Shop Paramount is a multifaceted program we recently launched to bring economic vitality to our local business sector. We've got some new program ideas that we'd like to share with you. So with that, I'll turn it over to our Assistant City Manager, Mr. Andrew Villalpando, who also handles economic development for the city, and he will walk you through the campaign. Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Yes, this presentation I'll talk at length about a new exciting idea under our Explore Paramount banner, specifically our Shop Paramount Week. But before I go into that, I just wanted to give you just a quick reminder and a refresher on what the Explore Paramount campaign is. So in 2021, the city collaborated with our local business stakeholders, including our Paramount Chamber of Commerce, to develop a new campaign that encourages not just residents, but visitors outside the city to come and shop and dine and experience Paramount. Through these economic development efforts, we aim to encourage, again, residents and visitors to have a totally different experience and view of how they view our local businesses. So to promote Explore Paramount, we've developed a marketing strategy with a new logo, a branding drive to grow awareness of our efforts to drive business in our city. So to encourage people to shop in Paramount, we created a Receipts for Rewards program under the Explore Paramount campaign. This is where participants, if you spend $50 at any Paramount business, including gas stations, you can submit your receipts to the exploreparamount.com webpage for a chance to win raffles and prizes. Gift Bar is a kind of a really unique, forward-thinking way of working with our small businesses to get them online and offer them resources that they wouldn't ordinarily or typically have available to them. Some of the big retailers, for instance, offer gift cards online that you can buy, for birthdays or Christmas, and a lot of our small business owners don't have that kind of resource. So what we did is we partnered with a company called Gift Bar to do that free. Here on this website, any local businesses can come in. They can sign up for an account through exploreparamount.com. The city not only subsidizes the business owner for signing up, but also subsidizes the customer. So this is no cost to anybody. It's simply an online tool for local businesses to be able to sign up for online gift cards. And as you know, we had a very successful Dine Paramount week in January. This is part of our Dine pillar of our Explore Paramount campaign. Here's just a small snippet of what the website looked like for that campaign. On the left side is a screenshot of our social media, which was very successful. We grew over 250% of viewership and subscribers to that Instagram page. So everyone is kind of waiting for the next big event, which is going to be Shop Paramount Week. Shop Paramount Week will kick off and occur from the week of August 15th to the 21st. Through this event, what we've already planned is using our American Rescue Plan Act funding, which we've allocated $100,000 just for local businesses. We're going to spend about $40,000 just purchasing gift cards to local businesses. In doing that, we're going to do that through our online gift bar profile, which I mentioned a bit ago. And we're going to give those gift cards away. Just raffle them out, give them away to local residents and visitors at our upcoming events. And I'll get into that in a moment. We're going to have a heavy social media and advertisement campaign. We're going to purchase ads on those freeway electronic billboards. We'll get to social media again, and we're going to revamp our Receipts for Rewards program. All of this is to encourage residents and visitors to shop Paramount. So as I mentioned, we're going to have daily gift card giveaways leading up not only to that week, we're going to do it at all of our summer concerts. We're going to hold social media events. We're going to have it at every single city event we have. We're going to try to have a presence there. And all we're going to do is give out gift cards to, again, local businesses that have subscribed. So currently we have 20 businesses that have signed up. This equates to about 1,000 gift cards in total. On the right-hand side is the gift card that we've worked with to create that we'll hand out. But it's all going to be run through the Gift Bar platform. All in all, as I mentioned, all this adds to about $40,000 just so far in ARPA funds that we've committed to this program. Earlier, I mentioned $100,000. We plan to do a Taste of Paramount event later on this year. These are the businesses that have signed up. You'll see here where they're broken down into different categories. You won't see restaurants on here because, again, we'll have a different week for that later on in the year. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that this actually, believe it or not, it's a little bit of irony, but it was a little bit of a challenge to get businesses to sign up. And it just comes down to one of those, is it too good to be true type of things. This is truly us spending thousands of dollars in each business just so we can get those, a good customer base. Again, you spend in Paramount, the dollars stay in Paramount, they stay in our services, and that's what our goal was the whole time with this funding. I do want to say, so as challenging as it was, we did actually have staff going out, knocking on doors, business doors, asking if they'd sign up, explaining to them the program. We had some great help. We're a small shop in administrative services under economic development. So we did get some help from our community services department, particularly a very talented young man, Ramiro Roque, and our senior management analyst, Anthony Martinez, really had a heavy hand in actually going out and pounding pavement. So kudos to them. And I just wanted to close with this evening. We do have two of the business owners that represent two of the businesses that are part of this campaign with us. They're here tonight. I believe we have somebody from Easy Custom Covers, and is it El Elegante? Colors Boutique. Sorry, Colors Boutique. And if you are able to, we would love to have you come up and tell us about your experience if you'd like, or. Thanks, Yesenia.
Hi, good evening. My name is Michelle Sandoval, and I represent Colors Boutique. I'm really grateful for the programs that are being provided for small businesses, and it's so exciting to be part of something so new.
Where are you located?
Which business is yours?
I'm a women's and children's boutique, and I'm Colors Boutique. I'm located on Rosecrans and Downey. There's a shopping center. There's current construction going on right now, so it's been a little difficult getting people to go in. So it's exciting to see different things occurring.
Was that clothing?
Yes, clothing.
So
Is
you're
this,
by the, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this next to the Baskin Robbins?
Yes, it is. So there's like a Little
okay, okay.
Caesars,
Yeah.
a Starbucks,
Okay.
in front of the high school.
Got it. Okay.
That's us. And I do carry women's apparel and children's apparel, as I mentioned.
Nice.
So it's exciting to see different programs.
That's all right.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.
So with that, this isn't an item to be approved. This is simply a receive and file, but I'd be happy to answer any questions or hear any comments from members of the City Council.
I have a whole bunch of questions, so does anybody else want to go first?
No.
No? Okay. You mentioned the gift bar program that the city is paying the subsidy part for the business and the customer. So to enroll in that program, normally they would charge the business a fee, that I understand. Why would they charge the customer a fee? And what are we subsidizing?
Yeah, so for each gift card, it's a 3% for the business and it's 1.5% for the customer. That's not unique to Paramount. That's basically every card service platform. So it's based on the total amount that you end up purchasing. So we're subsidizing that. All in all, it comes out to it's a nominal amount, just a little over $3,000 or so.
So if they go to Gift Bar, it's a platform that exists already for others, right? How do they identify them as part of our program to where it's subsidized? Am I making the question make sense?
If they enroll through the Explore Paramount portal, the gift bar side will know that it's registered to a Paramount.
They can't just go to Gift Bar, they need to enroll in Explore Paramount.
That's
first.
correct.
So
They
there's a
need to
process.
enroll through the Explore Paramount website. That's correct.
Okay, so go to Explore Paramount website, because I haven't done this, I'll tell you right now, and you sign up for that.
Yeah, when you go to the exploreparamount.com website, there'll be a tab at the top that says Gift Bar. When you click on that, it will take you to the Gift Bar page under the Explore Paramount banner.
Okay, so they basically need to access the gift cards through the Explore Paramount website, and that's how they ID them. That's what you're saying.
Generally, yes. Yeah, on any other day of the week. But for this particular Shop Paramount week, we're actually going to have 1,000 gift cards that we'll be giving away, physical gift cards. They're digital through Gift Bar. We have the digital code written on each gift card, the physical gift card. It's just easier for us to give out the gift cards than it is to say, go download a...
And give out the gift cards at like events, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so what I'm saying though, if I wanted to purchase a gift card for a Paramount business and I want these fees waived that we're subsidizing, I need to purchase it through the Explore Paramount website and use the gift card tab,
That's correct.
right? Okay. And then you showed a picture of the Explore Paramount card, and you said you had it designed. It had the $200 on it. There, right?
This is one example, yes.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. Is that a gift card or that you're giving out that looks like that?
Yes.
Okay. So I understand that you have the card and that it has an amount attached to it, but is it for any specific business, or is it like a Visa card they can use anywhere?
That's a good question. So we created, if you look on the far right column, these are the number of quantity of cards that we purchased for each business. You'll notice that they vary based on the type of business. There will be larger amounts for businesses that have larger purchase products that require large amounts. So, for instance, like a furniture store, right? You're not going to be able to buy something in a furniture store.
So these 40 that you bought, let's say at Mendoza Shoes, right? You bought 40 gift cards at Mendoza Shoes.
That's correct.
Right? Those will be an Explore Paramount card?
Yes, they will. And the bottom of this card will have a unique code that's been registered through Gift Bar, so they can only use it at that business.
That's my point. Okay, that's what I was asking. So you're going to give out these cards that are Explore Paramount, which promotes the program, but they're actually designated for specific businesses.
That's correct.
And that list that you showed us are all cards that are going to be Explore Paramount cards, and you'll have like 40 Explore Paramount cards that are designated to Mendoza.
Right. So the Explore Paramount, this is the front of the card, and the rear of the card says, see, West Coast Mart Outlet. It will have the unique business for that with the dollar.
But they're going to be Explore Paramount cards. They're not Mendoza cards. It's just an Explore Paramount card, and they can use it at Mendoza.
That's correct.
Right. Okay. I know this sounds funny, but logistically, a lot of reasons people don't use gift cards and stuff is if they're complicated to use, or if they don't understand how they have to do it, because it's not going to have the picture, of that particular business. And because it needs to be, if they're going to purchase it in the future, it needs to be through this certain website. There is some getting clarity in it, especially for people who are not used to doing this type of thing, or who aren't IT proficient. It
Sure.
might seem simple enough to do because you do it all the time, but it's not. So that's why I'm looking for the explanation, because the generic one to me wasn't clear enough what all this was about, or how we're going to use them or do them. Of course, it will certainly be helpful if I, go into the website. Now, is there an enrollment in the Explore Paramount program, and that's how they start getting the notifications of all the other events that you were talking about, like your upcoming one?
No, that would be through our social media. We do have an Explore Paramount Instagram, so that's kind of how we could, just like our.
That's how you promote
that's how we
that.
promote our things. Yes, and if you were to not to complicate things, but if you were to purchase a gift card, if you were to purchase a gift card through Gift Bar on any other non-shop Paramount, you would get a QR code as well on your email. So you can take that to the business and say, here's my gift card. And so it's very easy for not only the business owner, but the customer as well.
But you're saying other platforms, but in order for them to have the subsidized amount, they need to purchase the gift card through the Explore Paramount website.
Right. Outside of these 1,000 gift cards, if you were to go purchase on your own through the Explore Paramount page, you would get a QR code on your email.
I thought the 1,000 cards were the giveaway cards, no?
Yeah. Yes, they are.
And they're not purchasing those anyway.
No. I'm saying outside of this program, outside of this event, if you were to wanted to go purchase from Mendoza Shoes just on your own, something completely different, you would just get a QR code.
Okay, so this platform that's been created, that's subsidized, that they access through Explore Paramount, is the subsidy ongoing, or is it a limited amount for the first 1,000 cards?
Yeah, it is. We have allocated money for that this year for the subsidy. We would, like we always do each budget year, review that and see if it's a ongoing subsidy that we want to continue.
But if the subsidy runs out, it doesn't mean that the gift card option online goes away. It still exists.
No, but
even
I think
after
it's a
subsidy.
reason to drive them to the site and to use it if you're going to save, if you're picking up the employee, the business side, and the resident fee side, it's like 5%, right? So if they purchase it through here, they're saving 5% over what they would do if they did it on any other gift card site, right?
Right.
Yes.
So that's why it's important. How long does that subsidy last? Does it run out at 1,000 cards? Let's say, Because you've subsidized, what, a number of cards or paid for the platform for a year?
So we don't pay for the platform. It's free. Where the company makes the money is through those transactions. So we are subsidizing that for them, and that's an ongoing.
But it's a fixed amount, correct? A fixed amount that we bought that of the subsidy.
Yeah. So we've appropriated money in the budget for a fixed amount of what we would.
So that's what I'm saying.
Once that amount is up, then we could return to the council and say, do you want to continue this? It's been a success.
Because
or
it
do you
can
want
vary depending upon how large the amount is that they purchase, because it's 5% of that purchase price,
Sure.
right? Like, so the difference between a $20 gift card and a $300 gift card is going to have a different fee attached.
Right. If we get 20 people to buy 300 gift cards, for sure that is going to chip away at our
Well,
lot.
I know for myself, I buy a lot of gift cards in the city that I give away for different stuff. I would prefer to use this venue then, but that's what I'm saying. You know, and I know that any program that you start takes a year just to promote it, almost, to get people to start using it. So we don't want to say, oh, you're going to save 5%, go and do it here or whatever, and then it run out because the dollar amount run out. So I'm trying to make sure we're covered for a full year, or you have some kind of tracking system that you're going to know, oh, we're running out of funds, we need to replenish it. Because to me, that's the benefit in the site, is the 5% savings. Otherwise, go get it anywhere.
And we can advertise that it's a promotional offer at this point, and it may be until supplies are limited while they last. You can get this for free at no charge.
Well, everything is fully funded through the CARES money that we got, the American Rescue Plan Act, right?
For this, yes. For this program, yes.
And also, you talked about several ways that you were going to promote it, the billboards and all that, and you're paying for that through that same funding.
There's an administrative component of ARPA that we will, not just for this program, but yes, that we will use.
Okay, and you said that this subsidized fee is a nominal amount.
For this particular program, yes, it has been a nominal amount.
Okay, because I would hate to see us add the caveat, do it quick before it runs out. If it's a nominal amount, let's just plan to fund it for a year, no matter what. You see what I'm saying?
Sure, we can evaluate. We'll keep close tabs on it, see how it's going. If it looks like the money is running out, like say, what do we have again? 30,000 for the subsidy. Is it 30?
It's not nearly that much.
Okay.
Well,
if we get close to it, 80%, say we've already spent, we'll come back to the council with a recommendation to put more money into it. So it's not
I guess the only clarity I want to make is, you can see just even at this level, there's confusion. And so I think directing people and how we use it is not going to be as easy as you think. It's a little confusing. That's how I see it. And so I want to make sure that we can at least last through enough time to promote it. I mean, one of my issues with anything that's subsidized or that you're trying to get people enrolled in is you put a lot of time and energy into getting people to start to use it, know about it, and then it's gone. It doesn't exist. And it's not all that simple. I think it is when you know you've built it and you know what you're doing from the ground up, but even the questions seem confusing, right? So that's my concern, because I would like to promote the heck out of this. I think this is great, and my background is with the chamber, and you weren't around, Andrew, but we tried another program, Shop Paramount, and I know the chamber invested a lot of time, a lot of hours, and a lot of energy, and it just kind of folded in because of that, because it takes a long time to educate and get people used to it. But why wouldn't they use this platform? And almost, if it's nominal, why wouldn't it be an ongoing thing that we do just to keep business here in Paramount?
Sure.
So I'm looking at it beyond the initial thing, if it's not that expensive, but we have to get people used to using it and make it as simple as possible.
Agreed.
Anyway, I think that was all of my questions on my list. Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions?
How could you?
Okay, we'll continue. John, may we have a staff report regarding the assessment of charges for delinquent trash collection, sir?
Absolutely, Madam Mayor. By public health laws, trash collection is an essential service. So if someone elects to not pay for the service, trash collection can't stop. It has to continue to avoid accumulation of garbage on our streets. As such, there are still costs that are absorbed by the trash hauler when someone decides not to pay for the service, and the service still has to continue. To recover these costs and maintain fairness among all of the ratepayers, years ago, the city developed a method for collecting unpaid trash collection fees that we still use today. So with that, I'll turn it over to our Public Works Director, Adriana Figueroa, to tell us more about this, along with the latest list of delinquent accounts. And just a reminder, we do have a speaker's card for this item, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, John. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, the Paramount Municipal Code requires the city to assist Athens, formerly Calmet, with the collection of delinquent residential invoices. We have placed unpaid trash collection bills as assessment against properties for over 20 plus years. Properties are assessed only and only after Athens representatives have made all reasonable attempts to collect the delinquent amounts. In addition to sending the normal quarterly bills and past due notices listing any unpaid amounts, Athens notified the affected property owners of the unpaid amounts by letter on April 27th and May 16 of this year. On June 17, the city re-notified the affected property owners that any unpaid amounts would be placed as assessments against their property and that the City Council would hold a public hearing on July 6. Therefore, by the time these unpaid bills, July 5th, but then we continue the meeting to July 12th. Therefore, by the time these unpaid bills are presented here tonight, the property owner has already received 6 to 8 notices of the delinquent amount. The city occasionally receives calls from property owners concerned about the assessment, and some property owners claim that their property was unoccupied during the delinquent billing period or that they did not own the property during the period in question. When that happens, the city investigates these claims further and informs Athens of the need to adjust these accounts whenever appropriate. The list of delinquent accounts and assessment as of today is about, for calendar year 2021, is about 251 delinquent accounts representing about $74,396. Athens will continue to take payments on all of these accounts through the end of July. With that, it is recommended that the City Council authorize the city manager to submit the calendar year 2021 delinquent refuse collection charge list to the Los Angeles County Auditor Controller. That concludes my presentation, but I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
We're going to do the speaker first or the question?
Anyone have any questions?
I have questions, but I was just going to, do you want to do the speaker first or the question?
Yes, may I have the speaker card, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Ms. Sarah Wiesel.
Members, congratulations to the newly elected. I am here. I haven't been here for quite a while because I've seen things have been running pretty smooth. Now, I'm here because there's a discrepancy in regards to this item. I am requesting council members to pull item number 15 to vote at a later date. This item should not be called charges for delinquent refuse collection. There are several discrepancies with the way the overdue payments are being addressed. Even with automatic payments being arranged with Calmet, Paramount's residents' properties are not being taken off the lien list prior to being voted on. I spoke to the Director of Public Service and she told me the list of overdue charges usually gets generated 2 weeks before. But when I checked outside, it's got today's date, so I'm a little confused about that. I know by firsthand accounts of residents that have been trying to address the removal of their properties from the lien list that have had to go back and forth with the City of Paramount employees, as well as the Calmet Billing Department without success since June 29th, with their payment deadlines set for July 29th. So again, I would like you to pull this and maybe investigate it a little more, because the process that is being claimed on the paper generated is not the way it's actually happening. You know, they're stating that they're sending out 8 notices, and that hasn't always been the case. been maybe one. And even when we've been trying to address it and have automatic payments set up, we still have, the properties are still on the list. So please reconsider and reinvestigate how it's being done, because this process, it's almost like they've been handing the ball to each other between CalMed and the city of Paramount. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I had a question, if you don't mind. So I think going back to her question, so I know we're all trash bill, we all get it here. Yeah. We get it quarterly, every other month, right? And so I know it shows like a late notice on there, and it happens. But you're saying that a person get a letter April 27th, May 16th, and then in June? So they're notified a total of 6 times?
Correct, and that's in addition to the past due accounts, past due invoices.
Okay. And then going back to the number, our report says 300 delinquent accounts, but you said 251.
Right, so what happens is when we prepare the agenda report, we have to have a cutoff date, right? When the report is prepared and attached and packaged, so to speak. So when we did that, we had 300 delinquent accounts, totaling about $86,000.
Okay.
Between that date and today, there have been payments that have been made. And so the list that is attached to the agenda report is never the final list. The final list is generated at the actually beginning of August, once formerly CalMed, but now Athens, receives all the payments by the end of July. Then they send us a list of outstanding accounts or delinquent accounts the first week of August. And that is the list that goes to the county to be placed in the property taxes. And so when we prepare the agenda report, we have a cutoff date, and we attach the list that we get from the trash hauler as of that moment in time. So what you have in your agenda packet is that list as of that moment in time. And that one had 300 delinquent accounts. But the list that gets sent to the county, it's a completely different list the beginning of August. Once all the payments have been submitted and paid for, that list is a lot smaller.
So then maybe should the recommendation be that we submit the calendar year updated delinquent report, or I don't know, I'm just asking council to, because it seems like we're approving this one.
No.
It says city manager submit calendar year 2020 delinquent refused collection charge list. So
correct.
This could be any list, not the list that we're looking at.
Correct.
The list that you're getting in August, but we're not seeing that,
Because
right?
it can even change before it goes to the county. It can change
Again.
Absolutely.
Right.
It does, and it does change.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the verbiage is, I think, all that's in question.
To submit the
right?
calendar year, or because
Actually,
we're approving this, right? The
Verbiage
assessment.
is correct. It's the calendar year 2021 delinquent refuse collection charge. That doesn't necessarily mean it's the one that's attached to your report.
Yeah, if it were to reference the one in the report, it would say as attached to this report, but it doesn't really say that. It just says the delinquent list. So this is not the final.
No.
Okay, so I just want to.
It never is.
Same verbiage you're looking at. What were you at?
I'm just looking at the recommended action on
Recommended
page 2. Notwithstanding testimony received with the president, authorize the city manager submit the calendar year 2020 delinquent. Could just be
calendar year 2021 delinquent refresh bills to the loss. So it's just saying the calendar year, not
calendar
this
year.
list.
I just
on
want
the motion itself. It just
right,
says.
right. That's what
And
I'm
so
rereading.
We're not approving this list. We're approving whatever updated list is at the time of submission, and that's what goes to the county.
That is
so
final list.
there could be people who are removed from this list. Is there any chance anybody would be added?
No.
So
Just
only
removed.
people removed, right? So if the bill is paid, they're not going to go to the county for collection.
Correct.
Okay. Right, so I'm
That was
reading
all
the
my-
motion.
Oh yeah, I was looking at the recommended action here.
But
That's
the actual motion says that we would say is authorize the city manager to submit the calendar year 2021 delinquent refuse collection charge list. There's nothing specific on there about this list. And then I'm going to go to your part. Now I was saying my testimony.
that was my question, Madam Mayor. I just
Submit
wanted.
the calendar list delinquent refuse charge.
Is
What's
this
the
the
same thing?
2021 list?
This references a
Calendar year.
Yeah.
2021.
Yeah. And I just can, has Ms. Wazo, is that the correct, has she already spoken to you? Do you understand what the issue is?
Yes, I do.
Is that I mean, I'm understanding that she's on the list and she doesn't feel she should be on the list because it's already paid. Is that correct? I'm sorry, I can't hear you, hon.
That is not my property, but I've been talking to them since June 29th. I've been going back and forth between the city of Paramount and Calumet trying to get it resolved, and I've been, you know,
The bill is paid? And
I've been,
they're
I
not
have one
ready?
left. I have one left. Everything's already, what do you call it? It's automatic payment. They're already set up.
Okay.
And the cutoff is June 29th. I've been going back and forth. I've left several messages, both for city employees, voicemail, messages with the receptionist, and on Calumet's side, same thing. Voicemail and messages, and, you know, I keep getting the runaround.
What is the, do you know what the issue is, Adriana?
No, I believe the payment plan has already been established, and the last payment, I believe, will be done in July. Bill is here with Athens, formerly Calumet, and so I'm sure he can answer any specific questions to this particular account, but my understanding is a payment plan has already been set up for it.
Right.
But because the last payment has not yet been made, because it is a payment plan,
Right.
the property address is still on the list.
Okay,
But it
so-
won't be if it's paid off by the end of July.
But
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask. So the list goes to the county at the end of July.
It goes in
But you have a
August.
payment, a final payment due in July.
But I've been telling them about the payment since 2 weeks ago, and I've been going back and forth with both
What?
entities.
That's what I don't understand. What is?
Letting them know that I have an automatic payment
Right,
set up.
right.
And I've been going back and forth with between the city of Paramount and Calumet in regards to this.
Okay, but your automatic payment's set up, but your July payment is not made yet. Is that
Not
correct?
correct.
Okay, so what they're saying is they can't take you off the roll till your payments are made. So as soon as that July payment is made, you get dropped from this list, and that list doesn't go to the county till August 1st.
Okay, so
you
you're
won't be
not
on it.
you're not approving all the properties that are on that list, right?
This list, no.
Okay,
That was my
perfect.
question. I just
Yeah.
wanted it. It's the one that
See,
runs in
it's- We're
August.
approving whatever
Yeah.
list is submitted
Okay.
to the county that's updated
Correct.
as of August 1st.
Because that's the confusion for us residents, you know, when we see something like that and we're like, uh-oh, and trying to take care of it, and, you know, they're still on the
As long as
list.
it's paid before
Yeah.
before August 1st,
Yes.
you'll be eliminated from that
Got
list.
it, okay.
Okay?
But your question was our question.
Yes,
Yes.
thank you.
Madam Mayor, maybe we can, on the recommendation, I know it's confusing because you have this attachment and it's a little confusing in the date. Maybe the recommendation, if it would clarify, would be to put the date down on the date as of August 1st, 2022. Would that help?
Yes.
Yeah.
That makes
just-
Because then this resident, Bill, would reflect that.
Right.
And that, even though this attachment shows it there, that her delinquency would be removed as of that date.
Yes. I think the important thing is, that if they don't want to be on the roll, so they've made arrangements to
Yes.
get off, they want to make sure they're off before
Exactly.
it's
So-
submitted. So if we say, well, then if it's clear, if it's done by this date, it's clear.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So maybe recommendation could include that date. Would that
Yeah.
be fine?
I'm just a little concerned that I want to make sure that it is consistent with the county and how we have it set up. I believe it's through the end of July, so it's July 31st. But we normally get the list generated in August.
Yeah.
And so, we
As
can
long
say
as
as of July
as long as-
31st.
I mean, the bottom line is
End of
it's
July.
current.
Right.
What we approve,
As of
we're
July
not approving
31st.
the list before us, we're
Yes.
approving the list as of whatever
Yes.
date. And I think if you get that date, we can make the motion in conjunction with whatever the county's deadline date is.
Yes.
Because I don't know, can that even change from year to year?
No, it's normally July 31st.
Okay,
is the-
that's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So go ahead and put a motion for that.
Yes,
Mr.
that's what
Kavanaugh?
I would recommend, Madam Mayor.
Madam
This is a
Madam
public
Mayor,
hearing, right? I think,
Yeah, you have to open and close the public hearing,
Yeah.
Madam Mayor.
the public hearing actually has technically been open
don't have
because
any more
we've been
speakers.
It's been open already.
But we just
No, you
need to
have-
close
I didn't
the
hear
public
it.
hearing.
Now we'll open the public hearing. Are there any public comments in support of this item?
It's a public hearing, yeah.
Had it been the way he recommended it, I wouldn't have even been here, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, it makes complete sense, your recommendation. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Are there any public comments in opposition of this item?
I move we close the public hearing.
I'll second.
Heidi, may I have roll call, please?
Councilmember Delgadillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Lemons?
Yes.
Councilmember Olmos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Aguayo?
Yes.
Mayor Quer Stallings?
Yes. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments?
No.
No? Okay. Now we'll go on. May I have a motion for item 15, authorizing the assessment charges of the delinquent trash collection?
Yes, so
The corrections that Mr. Kavanaugh said,
Right, as amended.
as amended.
as amended, yes. I will.
That's your motion, right?
That is my motion.
And
That
I'll
is correct.
second that motion.
Okay. May I have roll call, please, Heidi?
Councilmember Delgadillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Lemons?
Yes.
Councilmember Olmos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Aguayo?
Yes.
Mayor Quer Stallings?
Yes. Okay. John, may we have the staff report on the Small Business Assistance Program, sir?
Yes, you may, Madam Mayor. At the last meeting, we presented you a very exciting new online service that we want to provide our struggling businesses with. At that meeting, the City Council approved a contract with a company that provides the online application process so that our businesses can easily access these grants. The City Council requested that we return, however, with details of the eligibility criteria that businesses must meet to qualify for these grants. So that's what we're doing tonight, and we definitely welcome your input on that. So with that, I'll turn it over to our planning director, Mr. John Carver, who will walk you through the item. John?
Thank you, John. Madam Mayor and council members. So this item is a review of criteria for a small business to qualify for a business grant with the city. At its June 21st meeting, the City Council approved a professional services agreement with Live Stories to administer and award business grants with money from the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA. The grants will range in size from $10,000 to $20,000, depending upon the need. And at the July meeting, the council asked to review the qualifying criteria. As we discussed at the meeting in June, we will work with Live Stories to develop an easy-to-follow online application, or if an applicant needs assistance offline, we will also have that available. And we're basing our qualifying criteria based on those that were used by the City of Long Beach. The criteria includes that the business must be located in the City of Paramount, that it have a permanent location in the City of Paramount. The business cannot have any active code enforcement cases. It must have a business license, either current or delinquent, possibly due to COVID. And a business must be a for-profit business. Other criteria include that the business has experienced a hardship due to COVID, that the business would have the capacity to weather financial hardship, that the business has been operating for at least 6 months and has no more than 20 employees. Documents that will be required include a business license, financial documents, tax returns, a valid photo identification, grants can be used for overhead costs, new technology, payment of rent, and employee costs. Funding for this agreement is included in the FY23 budget. And that concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions and any discussion that you might have.
Thank you. Do my colleagues have any comments or questions regarding this?
Just a minute, Madam Mayor, to review something.
Just a minute, John.
I'm sorry.
Peggy said if you could just wait a minute.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you, sir.
On this checklist, this comparison to Long Beach,
Yes.
And we're doing that because they already have an existing program and we just want to show a comparison of.
That's correct.
And what was his decision to leave off the comparison check mark or whatever on the capacity to weather financial hardship? Self-certify. Like Long Beach doesn't have that, so they don't require that, or they do require it, and we do have a check mark. I just wondered what the difference is there and why we made that decision.
The financial.
Under qualifying criteria, on the first page, capacity to weather financial hardship.
Yes.
There's a check mark in Paramount, but there's not one in Long Beach. So Long Beach doesn't require them to show that they can weather financial hardship, and we do? Is that what that means?
That's correct.
Okay. And why did we make that decision versus Long Beach? Do you know why they went the one way and why you're recommending the other?
Well, we're just doing this as a self-certification, so that's why we've recommended it. So just a notarized statement that yes, we can weather a financial hardship, and kind of proof of that will be that they've weathered COVID and they're still open, but do need some financial assistance.
So I think, are you saying that Long Beach is able to self-certify? They could just say, hey, I have financial hardship. There's no financial documentation to support that. And we're asking for the financial documentation or something notarized.
That's correct.
Right? Okay.
They don't have a check mark there at all, so they don't require that, right?
They did not require that, right?
Yeah, so they're not requiring that they prove anything, and we're requiring that they do, that they self-certify, that they sign a document that says they have, but with no other proof behind it?
That's correct. And we'll also have their financial documents that show that they did suffer an impact from COVID, so that will also be backup for that statement.
If I can add, and this is maybe just for the discussion purposes, since this is all a receive and file anyway, maybe just for clarification, Mr. Carver, is the purpose of this, so what this is saying is that Long Beach would not require a small business to certify whether they can still continue to withstand a financial hardship. Right. And I think the spirit behind this is that we want to be able to give a small business $20,000, for instance, and ensure that they can still continue in another month or two without dissolving, and then now we're just out $20,000 when it could have gone. And I'm correct. So, Mr. Carver, I don't know if that was the spirit of this particular item.
Correct. Right.
Okay. I did get that. What I didn't get is why Long Beach wouldn't require it, and did we question? Did they run into problems with that, or why was it an issue? I mean, it seems like common sense to require that. So why didn't they? Do we know?
Yeah. So part of it was related, again, to the documentation that the business provided to show that they did suffer an impact from COVID, and they are still operating. They're still an active business. They're just asking for assistance. So that was part of the reason Long Beach did not require that.
They're feeling that documentation is sufficient.
That's
that
correct.
They can look at those financials and make their own determination without a self-certified.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. That's what makes sense to me, too. That's why I was wondering why we asked for it. Seems like double duty to me.
Okay. Thank you for your input. Staff will move forward based on the discussion this evening, sir. Okay. John, may we have a staff report on the traffic control plan for the Heritage Festival and Parade, sir?
Yes, ma'am. The Heritage Parade and Festival is right around the corner. This obviously requires closure of one of our major boulevards. We recently learned that our insurance carrier recommends that we prepare and get approval of on a traffic control plan. So that's what we're doing tonight. Here's Adriana Figueroa to go over the report and tell you which boulevard's going to be closed and from what street to what street and all that good stuff. Adriana?
Thank you, John. Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, as John indicated, the California Joint Powers Insurance Authority, which is the city's insurance service, recommends the preparation and approval of a traffic control plan for street closures that are linked to a city special event. This traffic control plan is prepared by the city's traffic engineer to ensure the street closures and relevant temporary traffic signage used during the event are safe and compliant with all state and highway regulations. By the way, the official plan is attached to the staff report. As you know, the city's upcoming Heritage Festival and the Paramount Historical Society's Heritage Parade are scheduled for Saturday, August 6th. A traffic control plan has been prepared, again by the city's traffic engineer through Weldon Engineering for both of these events. The plan specifically identifies the closure location, vehicle ingress and egress points for businesses. Oh, sorry, am I in the wrong slide? I am, yes. The plan specifically identifies, again, the closure location, vehicle ingress and egress points for businesses in the area, and the setup of other pertinent traffic signage for these events. In terms of the Heritage Festival, the event is scheduled from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. However, given the size of the event itself and the setup required, the street closure will run from 3 a.m. to 8 p.m. in order to accommodate both the setup and takedown. The traffic control plan for this event includes the complete closure of Paramount Boulevard from Harrison Street to the south all the way to Alondra Boulevard, and that is depicted in that pink shaded line located in the middle of the image. Moving on to the Heritage Parade, the parade itself will run from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Paramount Boulevard will be shut down from Alondra to Rosecrans from 8 a.m. to the conclusion of the parade, which is again anticipated for 12 noon. Community services staff has already begun outreach to the affected businesses and residents to inform them of the closures. Message boards will be utilized prior to the event to let our residents and visitors know of the upcoming closures. And detour signage will be properly posted on the day of the event to reroute traffic. So with that, it is recommended that the City Council approve the proposed traffic control plan for the Heritage Festival and Parade street closures. And that concludes my presentation, but I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Adriana. Do my colleagues have any comments or questions regarding this?
I'll move the item.
Second, Aguayo.
Okay, Heidi, may I have roll call, please?
Councilmember Delgadillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Lemons?
Yes.
Councilmember Olmos?
Yes.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Aguayo?
Yes.
Mayor Quest Stallings?
Yes. Thank you, Heidi. John, may we have the staff report on the Youth Sports League scholarships?
Yes, Madam Mayor. The City Council recently requested that we look into making revisions to the Youth Sports League Scholarship Program. As you know, over the last few years, we've brought a lot more focus into community arts, particularly with our partnerships that we've created with groups like the Latinos Arts Foundation. And so as a result, there was an interest to open the Youth Scholarship Program to include kids who want to enroll in local arts programs. So with that, to show us how we're going to do this is our Community Services Director, Mr. David Johnson, who will go over the item with you. Dave?
Thank you, John. Mayor and council members. So this goes back to December 2020 when the council approved the original scholarship program. We have since that time acquired a $30,000 budget in our community promotion division. The scholarship, is open to all residents that are participating in our independent youth sports league, only for their recreation seasons. The city council, as John mentioned, did request that we look at including the arts programs in to the scholarship program, and he did so at your May 17th meeting. So the current eligibility, which would apply across the board to the arts as well, is they do need to provide proof of residency or that they attend a PUSD school, some kind of documentation of their age. The participants must be 17 years of age or younger, and to qualify, this is income-based, so they need to provide some proof of income or financial assistance that meets our qualifications. The sliding income scale that we would propose, we currently have one. This is an updated version. It's based upon the Housing and Urban Development Poverty Scale for 2022. The numbers or the income levels have actually increased. They're a little more generous than the last scale that we had. But if you look to your far right of that chart, it shows the scholarship amount that you'd be eligible for if you fall into those extremely low income limits or very low income limits and low income limits. So you either get a 50% scholarship, 40%, or 30% depending on your income. So youth versus the sports, youth sports versus arts. So youth sports, as you all know, typically it's for a season. So there's typically a single fee, a league fee. So it's a one-time fee. So that's easy. We process those applications, we cut the check, and we pay a portion of that league fee. The arts programs will be a little bit different. They're actually run year-round. So it would generally operate on a monthly basis. So we would have to establish that that person is eligible. We would keep them eligible for an entire year before they'd have to requalify for eligibility. All they would have to demonstrate to us is that they're enrolled and they're actually actively participating, and then we would then pay a portion of their monthly fee. And again, that portion would be paid directly to the instructor. The eligible arts programs that we would include would be any dance, music, or visual arts program that's offered directly by the city itself or through a city-sponsored instructional class that is operating at a city facility. So our revised program would be the Youth Sports and Arts Scholarship Program. I did want to make a note that we do have assistance for our adaptive recreation community for swim lessons, but that actually appears in a separate budget in the Community Services Department in our aquatics division. That one, though, is not financially needs-based. It's just simply based on the needs of the child if they're not able to operate in a group lesson. In terms of if we look at sports, as we start to look for adaptive recreation sports, that would be provided directly by city staff. So there would be no need for a scholarship program. In this report, there is no fiscal impact. We have the budget already. It's more than adequate to handle our needs. And we recommend either approval or modification of these proposed revisions. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you for your report, David. Do my colleagues have any comments or questions?
Nope. I have a question.
Yes.
This is my night, right? So in reading the requirements, I saw there that it said, I think it was 30 to 50% sliding scale. I was under the impression that there were cases that the programs were free if they didn't have money.
It is structured that I have the discretion if they have really extreme needs because they've all lost their job, I can make a decision to waive the fee entirely.
Or extremely low income levels. I mean, our thing was that if you flat can't afford for your child to play in sports, and this is all about adding the arts programs to it, that they could play, we would find a way. And so when I read that it's 30 to 50%, that kind of surprised me, because I thought that it was up to free if they really could not afford, that we weren't going to leave any child out. So
it's never been structured that way. I mean, again, this is open to
well, it's
modification.
always my understanding, and because I've told people that many, many times, no child, if you can't flat afford it and you can show you can't afford it, then that child can play. And so I am just concerned about that because we haven't seen these in a while because now we're adding something new, and that I see that. And you've heard us say it from the dais here to people who've even come up and said something about the sports programs, that if a child can't afford it, there's actually scholarships that make it free. So now I'm just a little confused.
Well, we've always, again, structured it to make sure there's skin in the game. When you make generally things completely free, then they tend not to always participate.
I'm sorry, David, I didn't hear all of what you said.
Again, the original structure was to try to make sure they had skin in the game, that they have some kind of buy-in. There is they do pay something. Again, all these rates are up subject to your modification. So if the council wishes, we can change that scale to be 100% to 50%. It's really
what does, when you have the sliding scale of 30 to 50%, and then we say that there are scholarships available, are those two different things, or the scholarship is the sliding scale?
The scholarship is a sliding scale. So it's a scholarship. You get half of your fee off. That's a scholarship.
Yeah, and I understand the skin in the game, and I agree with that. But I do think, and so are you saying it's at staff level right now that you make the decision whether somebody flat can't afford it who wants to participate, and you make that happen?
If a family came to us and said that, okay, I qualify for this 50%, but I just still can't participate, then we would look at that case and evaluate it, and yes, we can make a decision that they would get.
Because that's what I want. I want that option for you guys to have that to look at, because maybe I have 3 kids, and I qualify for 50%, so I can do the 50% for one, but I have two more. They can't play. I don't have the 50, the 50, and the 50. That still can add up to some dollars, you know what I mean? And it's always been my understanding that if a kid wanted to play sports and now participate in the arts, and financially there was just no way that we would see to it that they could do it. And that's what I would like to see. That's what I always thought we had. I'm open to comments.
Yeah, I'm going to say something, I think, too, because I think, Peggy, I think the thing of it is there's an allocated amount of money that we're putting towards this. So a family has 3 kids. There may be another family with 3 kids. We want to make sure that all 6 kids are able to play. So I think that's what I'm saying. I think it's the way Dave explained it. That's the way I've been explaining it to parents, too. It's based on the income.
Right.
And there's been no complaints out there. People are very, happy that we're doing this. But I'm not sure if we do it that way, are we going to have enough funds to take care of all these kids? Because these programs they're quite pricey. Like we know the mariachi program is quite pricey, but if we can help the families with something, you know what I mean?
I agree.
I
We
want
should
more
help them with
kids.
Something, but I know that statement's been made right here from the dais by more than one of us.
Again,
that
if I can
your
make
kid can't afford to play, and financially you show that it is, and as far as the money, we can always allocate more funds if that comes to a situation. But I want staff, so if it needs to be part of this recommendation, to have that ability. If you have that situation, I don't want it at 50%. I want that kid to be able to play and to participate. And yes, if there's ability to have skin in the game, fine, but that's not always possible.
Have that ability, though, is what you're saying, David.
Do we have the budget?
I do have that flexibility, but my concern is I don't want to, it becomes very subjective on my part, and I'd rather not put myself constantly in that situation. So my on-fly recommendation was maybe we change the percentages to be more generous than what we currently have.
Well, then you're going to have to change the income levels too, right? To what's the lowest?
No, I would keep the income levels, but change. So if the council would desire that, then at the extremely low income level, it would be 100% if that's what you wish. And then for the other income levels, we would change the percentage. So if you're looking for something that makes it fairly automatic that if you're that incredibly low income level, you would qualify for free, we can do that. And again, I still always have that flexibility, but it would be difficult if you just constantly gave me that subjectivity to make that decision.
Let's take an example here. It says family size 2 persons. Would that be children?
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at
That's the entire family.
Right? 2 persons? So, but these are for children.
So like
so
a
that's-
single mom and a
Right.
child,
Mm-hmm.
say for
Right?
Right.
Okay. Extremely low income is 28,600.
Yes.
Right?
Correct.
That's pretty much poverty level, in my opinion.
That is
I
the
don't know
HUD
how
poverty
anybody
scale,
could
yes.
live on $28,600. And at that rate, the most that their child could get off the fee would be 50% at the way that it's set up now.
That is correct.
Right? And yeah, I think that's too low.
Okay.
That's my opinion. I think that staff needs the ability that if a parent comes to them and they have children that want to play sports or participate in these art programs and they can demonstrate to you that they cannot afford it, I think that we need to have that ability, because that's what we've always said, that any kid who wants to play can play.
One of the comments I remember this coming up too as well, Councilmember Lemons, was in regards to the YMCA and the swim fees, because there was a concern that the YMCA charges more than the city did when we ran the program. And we said at that point, no, the YMCA will make sure to find a way that every child can participate in that
No,
program.
actually, so if I need to be specific here.
Okay.
It was just last council meeting or the one before, we had a speaker come up to the dais and made the complaint that there were people out in the community saying they could not afford the sports programs, and something needed to be done about that. The comment was directed specifically to you. Now are you remembering?
Yes.
And I made the comment back because it's what I've always believed and no one corrected it. We have scholarship programs available that any child who wants to play and can't afford it can play. That's not a 50% to me. You see what I'm saying? And I've always said that to people. No, because that's the way it's always been presented to me. And I always knew about the scale flexibility, but I was under the misunderstanding that there were also then scholarship dollars, that if you had a kid who just flat couldn't afford it, then there was going to be money there. Do you see what
And
I'm saying?
ultimately,
So I just feel
that's
that
true.
I've been misrepresenting that, and I also, because of that, I felt really good about our sports programs and our arts program. But I think if somebody doesn't have the ability and can demonstrate that, we should make a way for them to play. That's my feeling.
Well, Councilmember Lemons, I don't think you misrepresented it. It's in fact the case that in an extreme case, they can bring it to my attention and I can waive those fees entirely. It hasn't happened yet, and it does put them in that awkward position of requesting that, which is why if that's the direction that we'd like to go, I think it's more appropriate we change the percentages that are allowed per income level, so it's not, it happens automatically without them having go that extra step of requesting my review of it.
I understand what you're saying, and so I'm okay with that. And I'm going to go along with what we heard, which is thinking maybe you haven't experienced it because the same question that came out there, oh, I wasn't aware that the city had that program. That's what we've heard time and time again. They didn't know if they couldn't afford it, that there was a way. And maybe that's why you haven't had it. They just figured, oh, I can't afford that. There's no way. And kids who are already involved in sports are taking advantage of maybe the percentages, but I'm talking about those parents who don't even make the effort because I can't afford that. And so that's what we were kind of talking about. No, they can all afford it because there's a way. We will make a way. And I want you to have that ability to make that way. That's what I'm saying. If you're saying that you don't want it left up to a personal decision of staff and we need to make a difference in the scheduling, I'm willing to do that. If you feel that you have the leeway you need, that's fine with me. But what I have said and represented for years and what I want to see is if somebody wants to play and demonstrates they can afford it, I want there to be a way. Is that not?
Yeah, no, that's clear. As long as what if your preference is, if the council's preference, if there's a consensus to revise this, we can bring it back with that in mind, with a recommendation. So if
Well, and so I have to have your guys' feedback. I don't get to make this decision.
So I think that this is definitely something that does need to be revisited, because I in other situations, just personal experience, and I'll use the in the past our business, my husband and I, we have had tickets we have given to people to Knott's Berry Farm, and they'll go and they've gone for 30 minutes and then they're gone. And we've given them to them because again, it was something we wanted to do, but at the same time, because they didn't have to put anything into it. So I get that, and I don't know if that's the best comparison, but I understand that.
Right.
The other thing I also see is that there have been other situations where, David has made some of those decisions in the best interest of not just the resident, but our community, and it has come back to, because it wasn't what everybody wanted, that it's been put on David alone in some way, and that's also it has not been right. So I think we should revisit this. I don't think we should put it necessarily on the scale that it's 100%, because then again, we may have people that maybe they can contribute a little bit more. It hasn't been brought to their attention or whatever the case is. But we do need to figure out how to do this, because again, I'm big with our, the Girl Scout program. One of the things that I have always said is we don't turn a girl away. We figure it out. So the same thing with our sports and arts programs. We just don't turn a student, a child away because they cannot. We will figure it out. We will make a way for them. But I think that there should be certain check marks. Well, did you try this? And maybe on that form, maybe having that check mark that says, maybe this 50%, I may need more. And then setting up that discussion with that family, because for a single mom, this is, that extremely low is pretty low, but there are, single parent households that aren't making that much, and they can't afford the 50%. So this is a really tough one.
because I do think that they should contribute something. But
I agree with you, like
Well, you know,
Councilmember
Peg-
almost said, having skin in the game, or is important because that makes a commitment. But if there would be a way, you guys figure it out when you bring it back to us, that he has that discretion and he feels comfortable with it, or if not, you need a caveat in the writing that gives that to you. I would just assume you guys make it at your level. You see what's actually going on, and so that's fine. If you need it in a sliding scale, okay, that's fine. There are other options too, just like people who go to private schools or whatever, and they can't have the funding, they have to sell so much candy or give so many volunteer hours. Maybe that's there's no money, but the kid, you have to stay and pick up the baseballs afterwards. That's your job for getting to play for free. I don't know, but I just don't want any child who can't afford it and they can demonstrate they can't afford it to be told no. That's not what I've said from here. That's not what I believe should happen in the community. And I certainly understand sports people, that they're the ones that have had to get the kids in and coached and done all this, that you got to have skin in the game too. So let's look at all that then and how maybe we can make both happen.
Yes.
And I just had never noticed that before, David, and I didn't feel good about it because I know that's not what I have said.
Peggy, let me share something too about leagues. The thing of it is, when a league, and I know many of the leagues here in Paramount, if they notice also, and this is before even the scholarships even started, if there was a child that could not play softball, their parents could not afford it, we figured out a way. We would never take a child, like I said, we never had the scholarships, but we would have them sell candy, or parents work the snack bar more, whatever, we figured it out, you know what I mean? And PJAA, I know, does the same thing. Pretty sure soccer, I can't vouch for them, but I know that the baseball leagues, we always found a way. But I'm saying with this scholarship, this was just like an extra, because the organization would help the student or the player, and then the city now has a scholarship program. So it was like a double dip, which was nice. You know what I mean? Because
Well, maybe
remember,
they even come back with a recommendation that it's part of the league's criteria. But you got to make sure that it's across the board when you're selling it to your residents.
Absolutely.
Well, like how you said,
Absolutely.
maybe one league will say, yeah, we'll do that. We'll let them sell candy or work the next check. But you know as well as I do, you've been through it. When you ran leagues, not everybody's as organized or together as you were. So they may not do that. If it's part of their thing, well, you have to offer this, and then you can come back for funding. I'm saying give it back to them. Let them figure out what's going to work for them, knowing the comments from us. Peggy wants to see a way that all children can play. The other people, some of them here, want to make sure there's skin in the game in some fashion so that it means something to them, which I totally agree with. I don't disagree with you guys at all. But when that flashed to me, and I was like, oh, that's not what I promote. That's not what I'm bringing it
I have a comment too, David. I've heard from residents that the youth Marachi group, they want to start it up, and parents are inquiring, and it's like, I'm just giving you an example, it's $200 a month, and they said that's quite pricey, especially right now. Parents are trying to get their jobs back, parents are trying to get back on their feet. One mother told me, she goes, I'm still on food stamps, Velma, even though I'm working for the school district part-time, I'm still on food stamps, and I'm trying. She goes, but my child's really interested. So I mentioned to her that we possibly had a scholarship program. I'm kind of like Peggy. I'm old school. I remember when my daughters played baseball, Brenda, when they were younger, but as my husband and I used to coach, we worked it out. Like Brenda said, we had the parent go and work at the snack shack or clean up the equipment, but when this mother came to me and told me about her situation and telling me it's $200 a month, plus they're saying that they don't have enough instruments, then, I told her, I said, well, let's see what we can do. We'll figure this out somehow. You can look into Parks and Recreation, look into the scholarships. And then I told her, I said, maybe there's a way that you can explain your situation and maybe get a little bit more, and you come up and pay. She goes, but it's already like, if they pay 50%, I have to pay 100. I don't even, maybe I can pay 25. I said, well, then that's when you kind of have to talk to them and explain to them. Well, what about the instrument, Velma, Senora Vilma? And then I told him, I said, well, we'll figure that out as it comes, you know, and hopefully maybe we'll have some businesses who are willing to donate some money or donate some instruments for our little mariachi group that's going to start.
We got money.
You got money?
Yeah,
okay,
that's how we
Brenda
started.
says we have money.
That's there.
So, you know, but I didn't have that information. I was just going by what I had seen and what I heard on social media and what I had seen, you know, arriving at home and, you know, being here and being on city council. But my concern, too, is I would really like for all our children to benefit and for all our children to participate. But if there's a way and for us to give it back to you and for you to make some adjustments and come back in the future with some recommendations, John, I would greatly appreciate it. I think that's what we are. I think that's what we're, like Peggy's saying, we're all thinking, you know, let's work together. Let's figure out what what your recommendation would be next time. You know, Councilmember Delgadillo, what do you think?
Yes, well, I feel that Peggy has a very good idea that every child should participate. Being a teacher, it's important for children to be involved in the community and involved to grow up and remember the good times. And you never know, down the road, they may come back to Paramount and want to sponsor a team. It's just the idea that, you know, this has to be discussed further, more thought, and I'd appreciate it if it would come back to us with just more to be more creative on what the children and parents can do if they cannot afford their the fees. We just need to think it more. The opportunities, yes.
Yeah.
Great. Sounds like I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just want to say too, though, you guys, I 100% agree with you, and I'm totally about skin in the game because like I said, running in leagues, I get it, you know. But the other thing is too, this is going to take time. With the mariachi thing, we're trying to get this going. You know, we have some kids that want to apply.
We can go ahead and approve that we want the arts program incorporated.
We just don't know the funding part.
Yeah, the funding.
We'll
Yes.
yeah. So we'll bring. So if you approve this change tonight, we can move forward, as Councilmember Lemon said, with the inclusion of arts programs, and we have plenty of money to go through 3 months, 4 months, 5 months.
Fair enough.
To do that with. That'll give us time to put together a
I look
staff
at those
report.
as two separate issues, so we can approve part of it and just say, we can approve the item, we want to include arts, but say, we want you to
financial
relook
part.
at this, visit the
And we'll
scale.
I'll provide to you the report that was done when we originally developed the scholarship program, where it put in the percentages, and so that way you have the background knowledge of when this was created.
So, John, what I can do is, again, if council approves adding the arts portion to it, we're going to operate off the current structure that we have for scholarships.
Right.
But as I mentioned on the original report, yeah, I do have that discretion. So there's only 15 families, I think, that have expressed an interest to be in the mariachi. Right. We'll review each of those families' income for eligibility to see if we can increase it beyond the 50%. And then we will come back with a new revised structure and proposal.
So Vilma, make sure that the parent you spoke to did put in an interest form, because if we're going to start looking at that, yes.
I'll ask her.
Yeah. And just for clarity, I just want options, and I don't care if they fall on your shoulders or if you need it to fall on ours with the scale. I want you to have the option if you come across the family who has a child who wants to participate and can't. I want you to have a way to make that happen.
Councilmember, you have already given me that option. It seems like it's an issue of making people aware that they can push that button to get me to look at it.
Right.
So I think that's part of our problem right now.
However you need to do that. Okay.
Very good.
Is that fine, John?
That's fine. So we just need approval on.
I'll move the item.
Okay.
I'll second.
Heidi, may we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Delgadillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Lemons?
Yes.
Councilmember Olmos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Aguayo?
Yes.
Mayor Quer Stallings?
Yes. Okay. May we have a staff report on the military banner program, please?
Yes, ma'am. As you know, we've had a military street banner recognition program for quite some time now. We'd like to make a revision of the program that we feel is in line with some of our other programs that we offer to residents. And back again is Dave Johnson, Community Services Director, to tell us what this revision is. Dave?
Thank you, John, Mayor and council members. So this kind of fits into our previous conversation about increasing inclusivity, so that's what I'm going to go over here. So your original program for the military banner recognition was approved in March of 2016. This is where we put up military recognition banners on light banner poles on Paramount Boulevard between Somerset and Rosecrans. We currently have 40 total locations available in that stretch. Currently 28 are occupied. So this is generally what our banners look like. They represent all the 5 armed forces. And the graphic in the middle shows you that is our Boulevard of Heroes. That is Paramount Boulevard between Rosecrans and Somerset, where all the banners exist. So to be eligible, you have to be a current or active member of the armed forces. You must be a Paramount resident or have resided in Paramount at the time of military enrollment and have a family member that is currently residing in Paramount. There is no fee for these banners, and once the participant ends their military service, we retire the banner. What we're proposing for changes to eligibility is that we allow for graduates of Paramount Unified School District's high schools. So they may not be actual residents of City of Paramount, but they attended a Paramount high school. We would, however, given this limited space that we have, if we reach our maximum, we would still give priority to Paramount residents. But again, we've had this program for years and we have not hit capacity yet. We still, looking at that issue of capacity, would like to add the ability to have a sunset period of your banner would fly for at least 4 years. If we hit capacity, we would then retire your banner possibly prior to your retirement from military service. We would not apply this if we're not at capacity. So that banner would remain up if there's space, as long as you retain military service. But if we hit capacity, we have at least a sunset clause that allow us to start retiring banners to allow anybody on a wait list to move up. The fiscal impact on this is 0. We already have these funds budgeted, and we recommend approval or modification of the proposed revisions. Happy to answer any questions.
Do my colleagues have any comments or questions? I have a comment. As David knows, I was approached by a family, and the son is a Paramount graduate and serves in the military actively, but does not live in our city. And actually, this young man, within a period, I think 3 or 4 years, he's made sergeant, and he just recently got promoted. And the mom was very adamant. Was there any way that we could look into this for her? And she's a very proud mom and dad. I finally met the dad, and they were both very proud to have their child in the military, but they felt that he deserved the honor to have a banner flown because he was a Paramount graduate. But it was because of how the Paramount Unified School District border ends, and some of our kids do come from Bellflower, and some of our kids do come from Hollydale and other areas surrounding us. So I asked David if this was possible.
Can I tell you that in my job, how many people I come across who live on our border cities, but who attend Paramount schools, socialize in Paramount, shop in Paramount,
yes,
really think they're Paramount residents?
Yeah, for sure.
And that's kind of who we're addressing here.
I'll make a motion, move the item, please.
Second.
Roll call, please, Heidi.
Councilmember Delgadillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Lemons?
Yes.
Councilmember Olmos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Aguayo?
Yes.
Mayor Claire Stallings?
Yes. John, may I have a staff report on the farmers market, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I previously mentioned to the City Council that our farmers market provider is getting out of the business. Our Friday night street fair organizer is now fully taken over this responsibilities. He's now recommending some changes to the weekly farmers market to make it more successful. If approved, this would require your approval tonight of the agreement that's in your packet. And so here's Dave Johnson to tell us about the proposed changes and go over the agreement with you, Dave.
Thank you, John. Mayor and council members. So as John mentioned, the current owner of the contract is no longer operating farmers markets. The agreement is with Hunger Action Network. They're a food advocacy program. For a while, they were sponsoring farmers markets. They did turn over the management of their markets to Venevere Events Limited, and they're the manager of our current market. They're also the manager of our Friday Night Paramount program. So Hunger Action Network no longer wants to be involved with farmers markets, so they're more than willing to see Venevere pick up this contract. Venevere is our nonprofit. It does currently operate, as I mentioned, the city's Friday Night Paramounts. They're the operator and manager of 10 farmers markets in the area. So our current agreement that we're proposing is move the ownership of the farmers market from Hunger Action Network to Venivere. There would be no real change in ownership since they're the manager and operator of it now. Just it's not under their name. The other thing that they're looking at is we have a very small market at Progress Park. They have another market also in Norwalk, which is very similar to ours, and it's fairly small. They're proposing to move that Norwalk market into Paramount, combine it with the Paramount vendors, and move it to Paramount Park, a larger location that could have that larger event capacity, and then also move the day to Saturday to make it, again, a weekend destination for folks in the area and run it from 9 to 1. So this is the area that they're proposing at Paramount Park. You've got Rosecrans to the north and Paramount Boulevard to your left. That is that middle set of lanes in the north, what we call the north parking lot at Paramount Park. So at this point, they're looking at anywhere between 40 and 50 vendors. So you would have a much, much larger market than what you see at Progress Park. This would include crafters. It would include hot food vendors, packaged food vendors. They want to create, again, a destination here by having constantly every Saturday some kind of live music, some kind of program for arts and crafts. They are very focused on trying to get the seniors to come out to eat more healthy foods, and they obviously promote any food advocacy for people who are using EBT cards. We see no fiscal impact, and we're recommending approval of these changes and the movement of the contract over to Venivere. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the report, David. Do my colleagues have any comments or questions?
Madam Mayor, I just have one question. David, I know I read in that it will not impact birthday parties or sports activities that are taking place there?
We don't see that impact happening.
Okay.
It is a very large parking lot.
Yes. Okay.
Certainly, baseball in its current size can be easily handled by
Agree.
the south parking lot. And then events, most of the events, I mean, even though they get there at 9 o'clock and they reserve their space, you really don't see them rocking and rolling until later in the afternoon when most of the families show up. So, but again, we have a huge parking lot, especially as it extends further east. There's a lot of capacity to handle all those activities.
So that was reviewed. Okay. Thanks for that.
Anyone else? No? May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Heidi, may I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Delgadillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Lemons?
Yes.
Councilmember Olmos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Aguayo?
Yes.
Mayor Claire Stallings?
John, excuse me, may we have a 4th of July after action report, please?
Yes, ma'am. The next item is an informational oral report about our annual efforts to impact the use of illegal fireworks during the 4th of July. As we present to you every year, in addition to the sheriff's enforcement efforts, we will highlight for you our public education efforts that we launched to help curtail the amount of illegal fireworks. So with that, I'll turn it over to our Public Safety Director, Ms. Maggie Matson, who will handle the item. Maggie?
Thank you, John. Good evening, Madam Mayors and members of the City Council. I'm going to begin my presentation by highlighting the history of the fireworks code in our city. In 2010, the City Council updated the fireworks code to establish a fine schedule for fireworks violations. In 2020, the City Council voted to increase the fines for possessing, using, and selling illegal fireworks in the city. Chapter 8.12 outlines the city fireworks code, which allows the sale of safe and sane fireworks. It also allows the use of safe and sane fireworks only during July 3rd and July 4th. Safe and sane fireworks do not contain dangerous elements and are classified by the state fire marshal. Chapter 8.12 also prohibits the possession, the use, and the sale of illegal fireworks. Illegal fireworks are those that contain dangerous elements that are designed to explode or propel into the air. The problem of illegal fireworks has grown in recent years. It is not a Paramount-specific problem. It does not matter whether a community allows or disallows safe and sane fireworks. The problem of illegal fireworks is the same in both types of communities. Despite the challenges, Paramount is known as a city that takes a strong action and does everything it can to deter and reduce the use of illegal fireworks by deploying an extensive 4th of July education and enforcement campaign. As you can see, every year we evaluate our education efforts and add any new components. Last year, we introduced the digital mobile billboard, which continues to be a great success. This year, we purchased social media ad space to inform the Paramount community of the penalties for the use, the possession, or the sale of illegal fireworks. With regards to the enforcement efforts, the Special Assignment Team conducted a 4-day suppression operation between July 1st and July 4th. Deputies were tasked to issue administrative citations for any firework violations. The operation consisted of observation deputies actively conducting patrol checks in areas identified as hotspots by the residents and also the calls for service received. Selling illegal fireworks can bring a $5,000 fine. Possessing or using illegal fireworks is punishable by a $2,000 fine. The city allows the discharge of safe and sane fireworks on July 3rd and July 4th. Using safe and sane fireworks outside the permitted dates has a penalty of $250. I would also like to note that we have a social host penalty of $250 for any household that has a gathering where illegal fireworks are being used and discharged. Last year, a total of 32 fireworks citations were issued. This year, a total of 44 fireworks citations were issued from July 1st to July 4th. 15 citations were issued for selling illegal fireworks. 24 citations were issued for using or possessing illegal fireworks, and 5 citations were issued for social host violations. I would like to mention that 14 out of the 24 citations for using or possessing illegal fireworks were issued to Paramount residents. Furthermore, all fireworks citation recipients caught selling illegal fireworks were issued to non-Paramount residents. In total, the Special Assignment Team issued $124,000 in firework citation fines. So from July 1st to July 4th, LASD received 58 calls related to illegal fireworks. As you can see, the calls gradually progressed throughout the holiday weekend. On Monday, July 4th, there was 41 calls for service received. The call for service analysis illustrates that in 2021, 87 calls were placed from July 1st to July 4th. This year, a total of 58 calls were received, which depicts a 33% decrease. When looking at the calls for service for July 4th, which is the actual holiday, in 2021, there was 53 calls for service placed. This year, we received a total of 41 calls, which is a 23% decrease, which relates to the calls for service regarding illegal fireworks. In addition to the calls for service, Public Safety also received 20 online patrol checks for illegal fireworks through the Paramount Works app. The information that was received was provided to the Special Assignment Team to be added to their extra patrol list and their hotspot list. In conclusion, I would like to remind our residents that the city offers a reward of up to $1,000 to anyone who reports the use or sale of illegal fireworks, and law enforcement is able to successfully apprehend the suspects. For complete program guidelines, residents are encouraged to contact Public Safety. I would also like to take a moment to thank the Special Assignment Team for keeping our city safe during the 4th of July holiday. Here are a couple of the photos that depict the illegal fireworks that were confiscated this year. This concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know Sergeant Ench is also available should you have any questions that pertain to the operations. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. My colleagues have any comments or questions?
I just have one really quick, really quick. So there's 15 sites force of possession, but they were not Paramount residents. So was that somebody visiting Paramount that was blowing them up at their house?
The 15, let me go back to my notes.
Did I get that right?
The 15 citations for selling were non-Paramount residents. So these are the individuals that are actually providing illegal fireworks to our community members. So they're actually visiting the city just for the intent to sell. And as you can see by the picture, this is just one of the illegal fireworks that were confiscated for one of the nights. Every single night, the SAO team was confiscating the fireworks and obviously taking them to get properly disposed.
Right.
But this really illustrates the dangers of illegal fireworks in our community. So we do appreciate the hard work that was provided by the Sheriff's Department to ensure that we're keeping these illegal fireworks off our community.
Right. And I'm super surprised that our numbers for calls were way down from last year because, and again, it wasn't just Paramount. I wasn't at Paramount 4th of July, but LA County was like Disneyland. You know what I mean? It was everywhere. So like I said, I think maybe residents were just frustrated and tired and hey, it's happening. You know, I mean, I don't know if that's the reason for the less calls, but it just surprises me that the numbers were so low. We had more, I think, this year than I've seen, and it was very busy.
Mine was totally different. Like I went, oh, the numbers, maybe it was all in my neighborhood, reflected my neighborhood. I remember I texted you guys even and said, because usually for me, it starts like mid-June, you know, and I hadn't heard anything, you know, all of June, nothing, you know, coming up to the 4th, I think around the 2nd, I started hearing, you know, Piccolo Pete's and the little, you know, whatever it is that pops the firecrackers and stuff. But we just had like next to nothing. And then even on the 4th of July, everything was over by like midnight, which is highly unusual. It usually goes to like 3 in the morning. So for me, the down numbers reflected my neighborhood. But I know I've heard that from year to year, how it varies. And I think it's because maybe, you know, it's going to be interesting to see. Maybe that neighborhood hasn't got caught yet with these big fines. Or we haven't found the dealer, you know, the fireworks dealer for that neighborhood. But my neighborhood was exceptionally quiet all of June, and 4th of July was like a nothing. I was like amazed, kind of like I've gotten so used to them. I usually go set up my chair, you know, out on the patio and watch the illegal ones go up all night long. And you know, there were hardly any. There was no show for me. I had to go inside, you know, so
well,
I was like amazed.
Yes, that's really good to know.
And the only question I had is, how do we do on fine collections? You know,
well,
did we get this money?
So this is the second year that we implemented the higher fees, the higher penalties. So we will be going back and looking at the citation processing information just to pull the reports of how much was actually retained last year, and then we'll compare the citations that are going to be paid this year. So ultimately, I would say that it does take some time. The way the citation processing works is if they're unable to pay and they actually choose to just let the citation go, we do work with the state franchise tax board to be able to regain our fees. And then public safety will start receiving the calls come January, which is tax season, of a lot of the offenders saying, why are you taking these fees away? And we always remind them that it's due to a citation.
So we have done that. We've like put a lien on their taxes.
We do that for the vast majority of our citations, which include parking, code enforcement, administrative citations, and everything that we have under the structure of administrative sites. Yes.
The IRS charges a fee for that, or do?
No, we're just claiming what is rightfully owned to the city. So primarily, the vast majority of the revenues that we do collect from the state are for parking citations, where the person just failed to pay their parking citation fee, and it will ultimately go through, it goes through DM.
I would love to see, not even if it comes back here, but maybe in our Friday memo, just like how much
the collection
money
rate
and fines have we, you know, done out there, and how much have we actually collected, you
Absolutely.
know, and maybe how we collected it, they paid, or we had to do a lien or whatever. It would just be interesting to see
for sure.
the effect that it's having, because I'll tell you, it wouldn't come back if I had to pay a $5,000
Yeah, $5,000 fine's pretty steep.
Yeah, we can definitely
Yeah,
get
for
that
2021,
information
we
and
can
share.
show.
Yes.
I seem to remember some numbers like in the 50 to 70% range of recovery.
Recovery
initially.
rate.
Initially. Yeah. So.
So we'll do the same, and we'll definitely keep you posted. And I would like to just conclude that I am working with the surrounding cities. We share this information, we share our efforts, and any new ideas that are out there, we're definitely open to implementing. And just so you know, the calls actually decreased just throughout the area. So again, I just don't know if.
Well, that, I'm holding you to that for next year. We can't go backwards now. We have to go forward.
We will do our best. Thank you very much. If there are no other questions, thank you.
Thank you.
No, I have a comment. My neighborhood was bad. It was.
You guys want me to look for a
From
house?
July
for you?
1st to the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th. Even last
Your chair.
night, they were letting out fireworks almost in front of my house, and I was like, "Oh my God!" So it's not so much me; it's our dogs, and that's where I get concerned because one of the dogs, Moses, he gets really scared, and he won't come out under the bed until the following morning, and then I feel bad. But anyway, I hope my neighborhood stops now.
Yes, absolutely.
So anyway, we'll move on.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Maggie, for that report. May we have a staff report on the traffic signal improvements on Alondra and Passage, John?
Yes, Madam Mayor. This is the long-awaited traffic signal from the Stater brothers. You're gonna award the contract tonight. There's a lot of happy view. As you know, we recently approved an agreement with Caltrans to accept the grant funding for the new traffic signal. So here's Adriana Figueroa to tell you about the location and the bids that came in to get this project done. Adriana?
Thank you, John. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, yes, this is the long-awaited project. You may recall that in 2020, let me get to the slide. There we go. In 2020, the city applied for the Highway Safety Improvement Program, also known as HSIP or HSIP funding, through the State of California Department of Transportation or Caltrans, for 2 traffic safety improvement projects. One of them was for the installation of a traffic signal at the intersection of Alondra Boulevard and Passage Avenue, and the other project included various other traffic safety improvements citywide. In March of last year, so in 2021, the city was notified that the project was approved for funding through the HSIP Cycle 10, and just recently, in May of this year, Caltrans provided the city with a notice to proceed for this traffic signal installation project. So bids for this project were open on June 21st. We received 6 bids, with the apparent low bid submitted by International Line Builders, Inc., in the amount of $372,677. Bids range from this amount to $547,337.34, and the total contract amount of $372,677 exceeds the budgeted amount of $331,900, which was appropriated in the Public Works Fiscal Year 23 CIP budget, using, again, the Highway Safety Improvement Program funds. And the $40,777 project overage will be covered by the available Measure M fund balance. So with that, it is recommended that the City Council appropriate the $40,777 from the available Measure M fund balance, award the contract to ILB Electric in the amount of $372,677, and authorize the mayor or her designee to execute the agreement. That concludes my report, but I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Adriana. Do my colleagues have any comments or questions, please?
I have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
The $40,000, because this was done through a grant, the actual funding of the light, do we get that $40,000 back, or it just is gone?
Because of the type of program that it is easier because they only allowed that amount, which was through that HSIP cycle.
Okay,
We
so
would
they
have to
give it
do an
because
amendment.
that's like what the state says they should run. We better tell them they need to revise their charts, huh? Yeah, big time. And just as a comment, the last traffic signal that I approved, I believe, was
about half this price. That's how,
Wow.
yeah, so they have gone up a tremendous amount.
You're absolutely right. I remember it being closer to like 190
Yeah,
or 180.
I was gonna say less than
Unbelievable.
200,000,
Yeah.
yeah.
I've actually seen them a little higher.
Yeah.
The surprise.
Insane.
If there are no other questions, I'll move it. Let's
move
let's
it.
put
Yeah,
in this traffic light.
absolutely.
Okay. May I have a
I'll second, absolutely. Conversation in 2019, absolutely. Let's do this.
Yeah.
Residents are going to
Have
be
a
very
roll
happy
call.
about this. But you know what, staff? Thank you guys. Thank you guys for getting this done. I know a lot of people over on Passage are going to be super excited about this, and thanks, you guys.
Thank you.
Councilmember Delgadillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Lemons,
Yes.
Councilmember Olmos,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Aguayo,
Yes.
Mayor Quer Stallings.
Yes. Now, we'll move on to the mayor's appointments. May I have made the appointments to various external boards and organization, provided the list to the city clerk. Heidi, will you please present the list?
I'd be happy to, Madam Mayor. The California Contract Cities Association, the representative is Olmos, with the alternate Quer Stallings. California Joint Powers Insurance Authority, Representative Quer Stallings, alternate Aguayo. Clean Power Alliance, Quer Stallings, Aguayo. The County Sanitation Districts, Quer Stallings, which is automatic because she is the mayor, and Aguayo. Eco Rapid Transit, Aguayo, Delgadillo. Gateway Cities Council of Governments Board of Directors, Quer Stallings, Aguayo. Gateway Cities State Route 91, I-605, I-405 Corridor Cities Committee, Delgadillo, Quer Stallings. Greater Los Angeles County Vector Control will continue Aguayo through December of 2022. Homelessness Ad Hoc Committee, Lemons, Olmos. League of California Cities, Olmos, Quer Stallings. LA County City Selection Committee, Quer Stallings. Paramount Historical Society, Quer Stallings. Paramount Unified School District Liaisons, or the PUSD Ad Hoc Committee, Aguayo, Quer Stallings. Sister City Committee, Aguayo. Southeast Area Animal Control Authority, Lemons, Quer Stallings. Celico, Olmos, Lemons. Southeast Water Coalition, Aguayo, Delgadillo. And Southern California Association of Governments, Delgadillo, Aguayo. That concludes the appointments, Madam Mayor.
Do my colleagues have any comments or questions? May I have a motion to confirm the appointments?
I'm sorry, I have a quick question real quick. For the CPA, usually there is a staff member assigned. Is that still on the list or no?
Yes, the staff members
Okay.
of the same staff members are listed as,
For the alternate.
I'm sorry, the alternate. Yes,
It's
the
the same.
alternate. If
Thank
there
you.
was a staff member as an alternate, that staff member remained as an alternate. So I had a motion by Lemons.
Second, Aguayo.
May I have a roll call, please, Heidi?
Councilmember Delgadillo.
Yes.
Councilmember Lemons.
Yes.
Councilmember Olmos.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Aguayo.
Yes.
Mayor Quer Stallings.
Yes. Next up are the appointments to city commissions. Again, I have provided the list of appointments to the city clerk. Heidi, will you please read the names of the appointees?
I'd be happy to, Madam Mayor. And also, just a note, in the agenda report, we did make mention that these appointments, if confirmed, will also change the terms to align with the council member that recommended the appointment. Because our election year changed from an odd year to an even year, our terms were a little bit off. So I will read the appointments as well as the term expiration dates. On the Planning Commission, through July of 2024, we have Alicia Anderson, Javier Gonzalez, and Gordon Weisenberger. For a term through July of 2026, we have Ernie Esparza and David Moody. Public Works Commission, all for terms through July of 2024, Jaime Abrego, Rita Aguilar, Georgina Arceo, Alvin Parks, and Rosemary Vasquez. The remaining commissions are all one-year terms. Parks and Recreation, Jennifer Alcaraz, Charlene Landry, Alejandro Maldonado, Austin Moreno, and Steve Yanes. Public Safety Commission, Marcy Bridges, Robert Cruz, Rosemary Mendez, Gerardo Ruiz, and Dora Sanchez. Senior Services Commission, Martha Garcia, Magdalena Ortega, Elsa Padilla, Claudia Quinones, and Pat Winecki. That concludes the commission appointments, Madam Mayor.
Do my colleagues have any comments or questions? May I have a motion to confirm and approve the appointments?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Heidi, may I have roll call, please?
Councilmember Delgadillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Lemons?
Yes.
Councilmember Olmos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Aguayo?
Yes.
Mayor Quer Stallings?
Yes. Now we turn on to the environmental sustainability. John, may we have the report on item 25, awarding the contract for EV charging stations, sir?
Yes, Madam Mayor. EV charging stations, as you know, are definitely becoming the rage. They're more and more popular. At the last council meeting, in fact, our city council approved an agreement with Edison to install charging stations at 2 of our parks. And as we turn over our own fleet of vehicles, we're replacing them with electric vehicles. Therefore, we have a demand to increase charging stations at our facilities. So here's Adriana Figueroa, our Public Works Director, to tell you about the results from the latest bids we received. Adriana?
Thank you, John. Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, as John indicated, we have installed electric vehicle charging stations at 2 city facilities already, City Hall and the Sheriff's Substation. These EV charging stations are heavily utilized by visitors who operate clean energy vehicles. As part of the implementation of our climate action plan, we have recently begun the transition of a portion of our fleet to electric vehicles. We currently have 5 electric vehicles, which are utilized by the planning, administrative services, and public safety departments, and 2 more have already been ordered, which will be used by the community services and public works departments. Given the heavy use of the existing stations and to meet increased demand, we appropriated $70,000 in AQMD funds in the fiscal year 23 budget for the design and installation of 3 additional EV charging stations to be used for our city fleet only, which will be installed at City Hall, the Sheriff's Substation, and the employee lot at the city yard. Oop, went too far. Bids were open on June 21st. 4 bids were received, with the apparent low bid submitted by Smart City Electric in the amount of $162,000. Bids range from that amount to $255,800. The lowest bidder came in $92,000 over the budgeted amount, but there are 2 factors that really contributed to the increase from the original anticipated cost. That original scope of work was quoted back in 2021 for inclusion in the fiscal year 22 budget. When the project got through the design phase, the scope increased to include additional electrical work not originally thought to be required. And also, as we are seeing with many projects, the cost of materials has increased dramatically in the last few years. Funding to complete the project will be coming from our annual AQMD allocation. So with that, it is recommended that the City Council 1, appropriate an additional $92,000 from the available AQMD funds. 2, award the contract to Smart City Electric. And 3, authorize the mayor or her designee to execute the agreement. That concludes my presentation, but I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Adriana. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? May I have a motion then?
So moved.
Second.
Heidi, may I have roll call, please?
Councilmember Delgadillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Lemons?
Yes.
Councilmember Olmos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Aguayo?
Yes.
Mayor Quer Stallings?
Yes. Now it's time for council member reports. Let me ask Miss Peggy Lemons.
Miss Peggy Lemons has said enough for the night.
She's cut off.
Miss
Nobody asked you.
Brenda Olmos.
Yes, I have a few, and I'll go quite fast for you.
No, that's okay.
A couple things I attended. We attended the 20th anniversary. I think myself, Peggy, and Mayor Quer Stallings for Alondra Hot Wings. Congratulations to Alondra Hot Wings for being in our community for 20 years. It was kind of impressive to know those guys just started in one little building, and now they're like in a big, big restaurant with franchises and other places. So congratulations to the Garro brothers. Great job, you guys, on the Bruno Mars concert. It was a packed house it was our first Friday night, right? It was packed, So many people. Yeah, just such a great turnout. Thanks everybody for coming to that. I attended on the 25th the Healthcare Career College here in Paramount. I was their keynote speaker for their graduation ceremony. They had 120 graduates, and 65 of them were from Paramount, so that are in the nursing field, healthcare industry. So that was I was really proud of that to see we have some people that are interested in helping people as nurses and maybe future doctors. Last night we had our second Historical Society General Membership meeting. We talked about our parade that's coming up, and thank you for approving the route tonight. And just letting our residents know that we're looking for historical items from the city of Paramount. Somebody brought us a football last night from a game that was like 28, Vilma? Yeah. From 19, I don't know, it was like Chino against Paramount High, 19-0, but yeah, and it's like boxed and everything. So we're getting some items ready for our Historical Society location. Just want to remind the residents about our adult softball league. Sign-ups close on July 29th, so anybody want to come out and play softball? Peggy's going to start a team, so please join her team. I just want to say I have a message from Contract Cities from our executive team. Thank you to John and Andrew for actually representing SB 972. Contract Cities, they were very thankful for that, for you guys coming out and giving them some education on that, so thank you for that. Clean City, just a quick message to everybody. I have just been taking my walks in the morning, just noticed that our city just has a lot of trash going on. And you know, our public works department can only do so much. We can only call them so much. So I'm just really telling the residents, do your part. We all got to pick up after ourselves. You know, I know we have some type of agreement with the companies for their parking lots. Yeah. If we could just make sure that we're keeping up with them, because it's kind of been a little bit messy, and I'm not sure if you guys have seen the same thing, but there's been litter everywhere. And I just want to congratulate Councilmember Lemons and Delgadillo for joining us, and I look forward to working with both of you guys. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Annette, do you have a report?
Oh, I have something to say. Yes, I do. As being elected to the council, I am so happy that we continue with an all-woman council. And also, I look forward to working with my colleagues. And you know what? We're going to make the best of this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Aguayo.
Okay, I have a few things as well. But first of all, great job at our last meeting to the individuals that stepped in and gave those reports. It was a very, very long meeting, but you guys did amazing. Really, really great. And before I do continue with some committee reports, hope that, Mayor Claire Stallings and Councilmember Olmos had great birthdays, earlier in the month. So hope you guys enjoyed those. And congratulations to Councilmember Peggy Lemons on her re-election. And of course, Councilmember Delgadillo on her election. Good things are going to continue to happen here in Paramount.
Good things.
So as far as committee reports, I was able to participate in the Paramount the Big Sister Cities. They had their first meeting in about 2 years, I think. And it was a lot of kind of regrouping, going over some dates. They had a lot of questions, but they, Yes, I know was there, and she kind of gave them an overview of how, before they would get, this money that was, for a couple of events, where now they can fill out an application and tell, kind of what it's for. And so there's things that before they had to cover with that money, and now the city is going to help out, as far as again, rooms and just getting getting organized again. But after 2 years, it's kind of expected that there's a lot of, just kind of kinks still. So the other thing, Mayor Claire Stallings and I were at the ad hoc district committee, and one of the things that we brought to the table is we did ask them to have the conversation with their school board about possibly looking at their budget to help us out with those crossing guard services. Just so that was one of the reasons I requested those numbers, so that we would have something in front of us to say, this is what it started with, this is where we're at, this is what we cover, and and it is for the safety of our students. So just for them to have that conversation. So we did bring that to the table. I think that might be it, just to the residents to take advantage of all the services and activities that really the city provides. And, along with what Councilmember Olmo said, we all need to take pride in our cities. So we do need to take care of, each other and, in any possible way, and just be kind to each other. So that actually is all I have. Have a blessed night.
My turn. I attended the concert last Thursday night at Progress Park. It was a bluegrass music. It was very slow paced, but it was nice. It was nice. We got quite a few attendance. At least 100 people were at. And I got to say hi to Timmy Garcia. He had a wonderful Sunday. I just wanted to eat it up. Hi, Isabel. He's a cute little guy, and he was really enjoying the music and his ice cream sundae, huh? Yeah. So anyway, and today I met with Adrian, one of the associates. One of the young man that represents Speaker Rendon at Chotarria today. He was there just to see if there was any concerns that our residents had, and he was trying to, meet with you if that was possible. He was there from 9:30 to 11:30 this morning. I got to go in and told him thank you for the $2 million that the speaker gave us for our bike trail, correct, John? Yes, and
yes, ma'am.
He said he was going to let him know. He had a couple people, residents that did come in to speak to him and address some concern. And then I saw, as I was leaving, Vice Mayor Aguayo was walking in. And then I had a fun night last Friday night. Peggy and I were invited to a birthday party of a mutual friend, and then I told Councilmember Lemons that I had to leave early because I was going to take my granddaughter to poetry night. I hope I'm saying that right. To see a young lady named Jessica Salgado, but really she goes by Jessica Starr, and this is one of her books called The Luna Poems. Oh my God, that young lady had such positive energy. It was supposed to start at 8. It didn't start till 9. But anyway, Grandma hanged out, and I had Café de la Olla. But this young lady wrote like 3 different books, and she read out of the books. And there must have been at least 50 to 70 people. I mean, all age levels. I saw young kids like 8 years old all the way to seniors. And it was a fantastic night. And I ended up buying Alyssa 3 books. Anyway, and then I bought this little charm from one of the vendors. And that app actually was one of my former students. So anyway, I told her I'm going to hook her up with David Johnson so she could be one of our vendors. So anyway, that's been my exciting week. But I would also like to thank Brenda. Brenda has worked so hard on our Historical Society with Mike and Becca. We have an executive board. There's Dora, Yesenia. There's quite a few of us. But Brenda has put 110%, and I want to applaud you. I want to thank you because she always has in mind is our community, our residents. Let's see what we can do for them. Let's put them first. And I think all of us collaborate together, and we want only what's the best for you. But Brenda, she wants a parade, and she wants a historical society building. So I think that's going to come through. But thank you, Brenda. Thank you for your hard work. And thank you for thinking of our residents all the time. And then Latinas Art Foundation is having an event at P Park from 4 to 8 p.m. on Saturday, too. So anyway, thank you. Congratulations to our council member, Lemons and Delicchio, both of you. Thank you. I look forward to working with you for another couple years. But anyway, now I'll turn it over to Mr. City Manager. Are there any staff comments, sir?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. Just 2. First off, I'd like to have an employee that's in the audience stand up. It's Sol Bejarano. Sol, why don't you go ahead and stand up, say hi to everybody. Sol's been with the city for 15 years as our building permit tech, but she was just recently promoted to a management analyst, so promotion from within.
Wonderful.
So
Congratulations.
yeah, so you will be seeing Sol with her promotional opportunities. That comes with being at council meetings till 10 p.m., Sol, so congratulations to you. Sol is currently living in the city of Whittier for the past 15 years. She graduated in 2016 from Mount St. Mary's University with a degree in business administration. Previously, before coming to Paramount, she worked for an airline where she mastered her customer service skills, and also she provided that customer service for, like I said, 15 years at our building counter. In her free time, Sol enjoys kayaking, hiking, and traveling, but the good news is Sol is not going anywhere. She's staying with us, again, in a promotional role. And next, I'd like to turn it over to David Johnson, who has a special presentation. Dave?
Thank you, John. I know we've had a long council meeting, but I want to leave you with a smile. Did you know today is National Cow Appreciation Day? So I would like to take advantage to introduce you again to our heritage mascot. That's Petunia the cow. So we're also going to present to the council your shirts that are the shirts that we'll be selling at our Heritage Festival. So as anybody who's watching, our Heritage Festival is Saturday, August 6th from 12 to 4. The parade is on Paramount Boulevard from 10 to 12.
How cute.
So Petunia is represented on our shirt naturally, and I just wanted to end you with that little happy note that today's National Cow Appreciation Day.
Oh, thank you, David. Oh, this is so cute.
How did I miss that?
Oh.
I got the wrong one?
Yeah, you have to.
Oh, this is in
very organized.
Okay.
Oh, that is so cool.
And that's it from comments from staff, Madam Mayor.
Okay. I'm trying to get my sweatshirt.
Oh, how cute. Thank you, David. You put a smile on our face. Oh, that's so thoughtful.
Where's the photographer? We want a picture with Petunia.
Yeah, we need a picture with
Can
him.
you wait, Petunia, for 5
Petunia,
minutes?
wait. We'll take a picture with you.
Hey, Chris, grab the
picture
camera
with
after we.
Petunia to promote our Heritage Parade.
Yes.
Chris will grab the camera and
Yeah.
he'll be ready once we're done.
Before going into closed session, I will recess the city council meeting and move to the assessor agency and city authority business. Now I call to order the assessor agency meeting July 12th. Heidi, may I have roll call of council members, please?
Councilmember Delgadillo.
Present.
Councilmember Lemons.
Here.
Councilmember Olmos.
Here.
Vice Mayor Aguayo.
Here.
Mayor Quer Stallings.
Here. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Heidi, may I have roll call, please?
Councilmember Delgadillo.
I say abstain?
Yes.
Abstain. Abstain.
Councilmember Lemons.
Yes.
Councilmember Olmos. Vice Mayor Aguayo.
Yes.
Mayor Quer Stallings.
Yes. And now I'll turn the gravel over to Vice Mayor Aguayo to conduct the Housing Authority meeting.
Okay, I will call to order the Paramount Housing Authority. Roll call of commissioners, please.
Commissioner Delgadillo.
Present.
Commissioner Olmos. Commissioner Quer Stallings.
Yes.
Vice Chair Lemons.
Here.
Chair Aguayo.
Here. And can I get the approval of minutes for June 21st, 2022, please?
So moved. Lemons.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Delgadillo.
Abstain.
Commissioner Olmos. Commissioner Quer Stallings.
Yes.
Vice Chair Lemons.
Yes.
Chair Aguayo.
Yes. And a nomination for, we're going to need a nomination for chair and then vice chair. So nominations for chair.
I'd be happy to. Are there any nominations for the office of chair?
Nominate Aguayo. No, I nominate Aguayo. I said it first.
Ay, Dios.
Are there any further nominations? Hearing none, would you like a roll call?
Yes, please.
Oh, sorry.
Commissioner Aguayo.
Aguayo.
Commissioner Delgadillo.
Aguayo.
Commissioner Lemons.
Aguayo.
Commissioner Olmos. Commissioner Quer Stallings.
Don't be difficult.
Aguayo.
Congratulations, Commissioner Aguayo. You will stay the chair.
Thank you.
Are there any nominations for the office of vice chair?
Come on, let's hear from you.
Lemons.
There we go.
Are there any further nominations? Hearing none, please confirm the selection when I call your name. Commissioner Aguayo?
Lemons?
Commissioner Delgadillo?
Lemons.
Commissioner Lemons?
Lemons.
Commissioner Olmos? Commissioner Cuellar Stallings?
Lemons.
Okay, and I adjourn the Housing Authority. That we'll call to order the Paramount Industrial Development Authority. Can I please get roll call?
Director Delgadillo?
Present.
Director Lemons?
Here.
Director Cuellar Stallings?
Here.
Vice Chair Olmos? Chair Aguayo?
Here. And can I please get a motion approval of minutes of April 5th, 2022?
So moved.
Second.
Can I get a roll call, please?
Director Delgadillo?
Abstain.
Director Lemons?
Yes.
Director Cuellar Stallings?
Yes.
Vice Chair Olmos? Chair Aguayo?
Yes. And move on to the reorganization.
Are there any nominations for the office of Chair?
I nominate Aguayo.
Are there any further nominations? Hearing none, please confirm your choice when I call your name. Director Delgadillo?
Aguayo.
Director Lemons?
Aguayo.
Director Olmos? Director Cuellar Stallings?
Aguayo.
Chair Aguayo?
Aguayo. And now Vice Chair.
I nominate Olmos.
Are there any further nominations? Director Aguayo?
Almost.
Director Delgadillo?
Almost.
Director Lemons?
Almost.
Director Olmos? Director Cuellar Stallings?
Almost.
Okay, so we'll adjourn the Paramount Industrial Development Authority. And now I call to order the Paramount Parking Authority. Roll call of directors, please.
Director Delgadillo?
Abstain. Oh, excuse me. Roll call. I'm sorry. Present.
Director Lemons?
Here.
Director Cuellar Stallings?
Here.
Vice Chair Olmos? Chair Aguayo?
Here. I need a motion for approval of minutes for April 5th, 2022.
So moved. Lemons.
Roll call, please.
Director Delgadillo?
Is abstain.
Director Lemons?
Yes.
Director Cuellar Stallings?
Yes.
Vice Chair Olmos? Chair Aguayo?
Yes. And a reorganization, please.
Are there any nominations for the office of Chair?
Aguayo.
Are there any further nominations? I'll call the roll. Director Delgadillo?
Present.
Director Lemons?
Aguayo.
Oh, Aguayo, excuse me.
Director Olmos? Director Cuellar Stallings?
Aguayo.
Chair Aguayo?
Aguayo.
And for the office of Vice Chair, are there any nominations?
Almost.
Are there any further nominations? Then I'll call the roll. Director Aguayo?
Almost.
Director Delgadillo?
Almost.
Director Lemons?
Almost.
Director Olmos? Director Cuellar Stallings?
Almost.
Okay, so I adjourned the Paramount Parking Authority.
Okay, call to order the Paramount Public Financing Authority. Can I have roll call of directors, please?
Director Aguayo?
Present.
Director Delgadillo?
Present.
Director Olmos? Vice Chair Cuellar Stallings?
Almost. No, Aguayo. Who was it?
Here.
Here.
Stay here.
Here.
Yeah, you guys
I'm like,
fly
oh my
through
God.
this.
It is
Sorry.
10 o'clock, right?
10 o'clock, sorry. It's my bedtime.
Chair
We're all
Lemons?
here.
I'm so sorry. I apologize.
All present.
Okay. I assume we have no public comments.
No, ma'am.
Okay, we have approval of minutes.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Could I have roll call, please?
Director Aguayo?
Yes.
Director Delgadillo?
Abstain.
Director Olmos? Vice Chair Cuellar Stallings?
Yes.
Chair Lemons?
Yes. May I have nominations for the office of chair?
Are
Any
there
other
any?
nominations? Hearing none. Roll call, please.
Director Aguayo?
Lemons.
Director Delgadillo?
Lemons.
Director Lemons?
Lemons.
Director Olmos? Director Cuellar Stallings?
Lemons.
May I have nominations for the office of vice chair? Hearing no other nominations, may I have roll call, please?
Director Aguayo?
Cuellar Stallings.
Director Delgadillo?
Cuellar Stallings.
Director Lemons?
Cuellar Stallings.
Director Olmos? Director Quera Stallings.
Way out of Stallings. Thank you.
Congratulations, everyone. Are there any comments from staff or directors? Hearing none. Just
You
so you
flew
know,
through that.
Annette, this is the hazing moment for everybody who comes on new, so don't feel left out. We all went, huh?
I feel initiated.
Right, guys? We all do the same thing. With that,
Thank you.
We're adjourned.
Okay, I now call the city council meeting back to order, and we will recess into closed session. John, will you please announce the closed session items, sir?
I would be delighted to, Madam Mayor. There are two items in closed session. So this is to announce that the city council will be going into conference with legal counsel for existing litigation in accordance with Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D1. The name of the case is Arcadia et al. Versus SoCal Edison Corporation, Santa Barbara. Superior Court case number 20CV02026. The second item is conference with real property negotiators, Government Code Section 54956.8. The property is Kindred Hospital, the Moskowitz Foundation, and there's actually a typo on the location. It should be 16471 Paramount Boulevard, Paramount, California. Agency negotiators, the city manager. The negotiating parties are City of Paramount and the Moskowitz Foundation and Paramount Saw Investors LLC. The price and terms of payment are under negotiation at this time.
Picture with Petunia, you guys, real quick, so Petunia can go home.
I hear you. I'm hungry. Where are we going for closed session?
Before he goes to closed session, do you want to grab a plate of food?
Yes.
We have to go.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, picture then.
I'm starving.
And then work together.
Oh, we are. Okay. Okay, sweetheart.
That's what mine is, but I'm not sure.
So that's why I did lemon. Lemon, that's why, you know how we rotate? We just try to put, I roll the ball, that's why I get meeting.
Do we leave everything out here? Or do we take it? We just sit over here and we just go. Yes, ma'am.
So your nameplate from the commission
Yes.
just had Annette Del Rio. If we were to add the C, we would have to make the name smaller.
I noticed that. I'm like,
But well, we can change it and add the C. That we just used the one because of the short timing. We just used the one, but we can add the C. Your name will be just a tiny bit smaller. Because you look. Oh, I'll let you go to closed session. I'm
okay,
sorry.
okay,
Or grab food. We can talk about it after.
okay. And I really like the picture you have my picture taken. I like that one. You know that, Heidi? I really liked it. We will have to take it in. Okay, sweetheart.
You will, at the staff meeting.
gets chatty on the
What is going on with you tonight?
I know.
Right? Yeah, I gotta check when it starts coming in now. Now I know. I got homework to do.
It's the new edition.
We're talking about you right now. You know we are.
You love me. I know you love me.
Oh, Vilma, what happened?
Thinking about our food.
Oh my God. Hold on. You know what I'm gonna do tonight? Or not tonight, but tomorrow? Okay. You hear me? Knock, knock. I'm gonna check what precincts. I'm gonna go through here. I'm gonna see how that.
Because is that the new precinct?
This is like the, it has a precinct number.
I mean, that pink film, is that the new one?
This is the one I got from the. Look.
Okay, John, ready?
My feet are killing me.
Oh, I didn't look at
I'm
that.
back on the air.
Here we go. I now call the city council meeting back to order, and we will recess. No, sorry.
Reconvene.
John, now I would call the city council meeting back to order, and from open session, Mr. Kavanaugh, may we have a report on the closed session?
Yes, Madam Mayor, the City Council did conduct 2 authorized closed sessions under the Government Code. The first closed session was conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Government Code 54956.9D1, naming the case Arcadia et al. Versus Southern California Edison Corporation, Superior Court Case Number 20 CV 02026. On a vote of 4 to 1, the City Council voted to pursue penalties and interest on the existing litigation, which we will present back to you after that. The next item is conference with real property negotiators, Government Code 54956.8. Property is the Kindred Hospital and the Moskowitz Foundation. And the agency negotiators, the city manager, the negotiating parties, City of Paramount, Moskowitz Foundation, and Paramount Saw Investors, LLC, under negotiation of the price and terms of payment. At this particular time, there is no reportable action for that matter. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Tonight, we adjourn our meeting in memory of the victims of the deadly parade shooting that killed 7 people and injured more than 30 in Highland Park, Illinois, on the 4th of July. Our thoughts and prayers are with those affected in this senseless tragedy. This meeting is now adjourned. Our next meeting will be held Tuesday, August 2nd at 6 p.m. Good night, everyone. God bless.